Whoa, we are here. Hello, everybody. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Everything seems normal. Great. Amazing. I'm so proud of us for making it today. Oh my God. Hello. Yeah, big thank you to Andy's Mints with the $69 dono before we even started today. That makes me feel like I need to, bring my A game, If it's like, oh man, you're front loading it. I haven't even earned it yet today, so now I have to work extra hard. But yeah, today is football hypers. I'm not a big fan of football, but I so appreciate other people's appreciation of it. I understand the emotional hype kind of football and of cheering for a team after having watched a little bit of Rocket League esports, you know? Like my partner got me into it and I was like, oh my God, whoa, that was an amazing save. Or like, whoa, that shot was a crazy shot. Like, I can't believe you did that. I, you know, just don't have the same feeling about football, but I understand it on a baphic level. So, yes, thank you again. What's up, gay fashion? Hello, gay people, and unhello, straight people. True. What's up, Baphomet? Hello. Excuse me, we got Mersh in here. You don't have to do much for me. You're perfect as you are. Well, thank you. Change for good is important too. This is true. You gotta continue changing for good things. The offending team is the Buccaneers. Okay, we're saying boo to the Buccaneers. I will commit to saying boo to the Buccaneers. I like how you changed the sub goal to nice after the $69 dono. Yeah, I wanted to acknowledge the dono before I was on screen. So nice. Hello, Mills. Welcome in. Haven't been able to catch a stream in ages. Glad to be here. We're glad to have you. The horde grows day by day. The channel is doing quite well. I've been busting my ass to make sure that content is coming out on the regular, so it's good to see that converting into more subscribers and more people coming into the live shows. Lots of comments lately, not all of them very pleasant, but we do what we can with what we have. But if you have not hit the like button so far, consider hitting the like button real quick. Oh yeah, Shuffle, someone just did a big donation and they said something about football in their donation message. I am not a big football person though, unfortunately. Anyhoozle. So we've got plenty of news today, but as per usual, we're probably gonna just kind of like chill for a little bit. We're just gonna chill for a little bit, just a little while. I don't know how many other streamers do you know that do this? I kind of got the idea from Demon Mama of, just coming in and sort of relaxing and chilling out for the first hour. Just have a little community sensation, like, oh, we're meeting together, we're kind of all doing our thing, and just chit-chatting about whatever, getting used to each other, talking to our friends in chat. And then we start the politics. I want to start streaming. How do I set up this kind of streaming / chatting site? Is there a YouTube tutorial? I have no idea. We basically the White Tree Network, the White Leaf Network. It's managed by a small team, and they do all of that stuff for me. And they have a pretty significant backlog right now of people who have been wanting to get in on it, but have not been able to. So I don't know that I can really help that much. I got my Luxander hat and shirt on, and the Lion's long sleeve overneath, cause it cold. True. What's up, Steph with an F? Hello. I'd love to do that on my streams, but I don't have enough viewers to sustain that yet. It's tough. I feel like, 7 years of just posting videos consistently, and then when I started live streaming, it was like, oh, okay. You have just enough built-in subscriber base interested in your shit. And, I think my first streams had, like 20, 30 people in there, which is not too bad for someone who is just starting streaming. Most people struggle to get a handful of folks in. So, yeah, the game is tough out there. I think the backlog right now for White Leaf is at 7 requests because Lumi told me I'm at the back of the list Alec Gunter just got his site. He was site 47 and I'm site 54. Okay. So at least 7 requests. Like, assuming that a new one hasn't been added recently. But yeah, the White Leaf Network, it grows and grows. I'm not always pleased with who we share it with, but, this started out, I think, as Destiny's thing. Like, Destiny was the first, was he not? Or was Vosh the first? I don't know. The lore, the deep lore, I'm not familiar, but we have a functional independent website because of that, where 100% of your donation, minus the minor amount of like PayPal fees, goes directly to yours truly, instead of on YouTube, where they keep 30 to 40% of it. It's a fork of Destiny's site. Okay. We go into jail. Yeah, they haven't passed it yet, obviously. This is sort of the first we're hearing about the bill, so it's in the process of being worked through the process. Basically, like, it's been introduced in committee, and it is now leaving the committee to go to the House floor, which is pretty intense for this kind of bill. Like, this kind of bill, this serious of consequences attached to it, has not left committee so far. It's the first time that it's going to be actually on the floor of any state house. I think I remember your content back when the whole SJW / anti-SJW craze was going, but I did not watch your stream until DM shouted you out, I think. Yeah, I decided specifically not to join her Signal Night most recently because I felt like I'm on there every single time and I'm doing fine, like, as a creator, but I probably should collab more or go on Signal Night the next time, because there's always going to be, oh, someone is new on Demon Mama's channel, and they hadn't heard of me before, or like, oh, this is like the 3rd time Lux has been on Signal Night, I guess I'll go ahead and finally follow them. I think DM shouted you out for your first stream. Really? I don't remember whether she would have known who I was by then. I don't know, but she's chill. She's shouted me out a couple of times. Destiny is not the best, but he's not the worst, TBH. I expected his stuff to be horrible every minute from what I've heard from my faves, but he isn't that bad all the time. I think the problem with Destiny is that when he's bad, it's really fucking bad. And stuff like the sexual assault apologia and yeah, he's said some pretty cringe things about trans people. At this point, it's all kind of blended. I don't really think about Destiny that much, TBH. I know that my specific reasons. Oh, so even more recently, he has the open support of the genocide of Palestinians. Always great. Always good. So anyway, Destiny's a political streamer for anybody who isn't aware, and I don't like him very much. He has gotten a lot of SOCDEM type people to do actual politics on the ground, which I think is a good thing. When we were doing political organization with the Progressive Victory group, which they still do stuff periodically, Progressive Victory, and lots of people involved there are involved because Destiny promoted it. So you kind of like, okay, cool. We got a liberal person in the Supreme Court, whatever. Like, I can't remember what exactly the last thing we did with Progressive Victory was, but it's like the goal is to get more Democrats in for harm reduction purposes and for local change. We want to go ahead and like have more Democrats in, but again, the bad things about Destiny, I'm just like, man, I don't like you. I've been on a couple of the Signal Nights before Demon Mama called them Signal Nights, but now I stay out because, like, I can literally just make content with her whenever I want. I'll leave those slots open for people who need it. Yeah. I think I DM'd her to ask if she would come on my show one time on Discord, but she doesn't respond as consistently on Discord versus if I message her on Twitter, she tends to respond. So I just never followed up. I was going to be like, Demon Mama, because I keep seeing her take vacations and stuff and like pictures from the outside of those vacations, and I'm I wanted to have a discussion with her about like the political significance of taking deliberate time to rest and not engage with discourse, not engage with the politics, like just, is there like a political statement or implication to taking time to go spend in nature? I think there is. And so I was interested in having a discussion with her about that, but I never followed up to make it happen. And I've actually been thinking, like, it just occurred to me today that I should take a vacation at some point. Like, I've taken breaks I've been streaming for almost 2 years. Man, I started streaming as my full-time gig 2 years ago in February, like right around Valentine's Day, somewhere around there, which is wild. So during that time, I've done like, okay, I can't stream today because I don't feel well. Maybe I've even skipped 2 streams in a row. And there have been times where I took off work because I was like moving, but that's not the same as planning for a vacation and then taking that vacation. And for me, that would just be a staycation or whatever. But I was thinking about it and I'm like, I probably should try to, because I do still have like I have like a little bit of a backlog of content. So I could hypothetically bust my ass and edit all this content and prepare it all and schedule it out for like a week and then take an actual week to not post on the channel, like me not on the back end of the channel messing with stuff, and potentially also not stream. Yeah, because I haven't taken like a genuine break in the whole 2 years that I've been working as a streamer full time. And yeah, I think it's even more important now because I have been doing so much more work on the editing aspect of the channel lately because like I'm finally medicated and like emotionally stable enough and ADHD wrangled enough to start, really doing that. And like the tools on Adobe have changed quite a bit, which helps a lot. So, but yeah, it's crazy that I just haven't taken a break this whole time. What are we talking about? We're talking about voting. I prefer Vosh any day. Yeah, true. What's up, Granny's Gaming Wonderland? Anansi says, what's up? I thought about streaming with my Zentai suit on so I don't get doxxed and to keep anonymity. Don't know if it's a good idea, though. I don't know what that is. What is a Zentai suit? Am I gonna regret this? Okay. It's just it's like a morph suit. It's like a full body green screen suit that's probably black, though. So, I don't know. Yeah, you could do that. I think it would be kind of fun if you put a wig on top of it. That would be amusing. What's up, Precious? Precious says, my guess is these laws will be considered superseded in non-effect in all federal buildings and military reservations. Trans people always overrepresented in government jobs in the military. Well, yeah, I think that on a military base that the federal government has jurisdiction. Not totally sure, though. There's a lot of bad bills in Iowa right now for this session, including a broad bathroom bill that incentivizes people to harass people they suspect are trans. Really worried about my fiance out there. Yeah, I don't, we have to pick one to discuss on any given day. I mean, sometimes we go in and do, hey, look, there's 5 different bathroom bans. Look at all of them. But it is, I think, good to be able to narrow in. I mean, it's probably a good idea, while I'm talking about this one, to mention, by the way, this is not even the only one of these across the country. The other ones just don't have as severe of a criminal penalty, or don't have a criminal penalty precisely. So, yeah. It's gonna be tough. Vosh's media takes unironically make my blood boil 9 times out of 10, and his takes on anarchism are kind of baffling. I feel like I would really need to like read up and learn a little bit more about the theory of anarchism before I could really make any salient criticisms of anything that Vosh has said. Because, like, I am broadly considering myself an anarchist because I have been convinced generally of the idea that a state is a bad thing, particularly if it is constructed in such a way as to primarily be supporting its own existence. You know, like, I think that the fact that the government is so resistant to change is one of the things that makes it a bad thing. And the fact that, like, you know, the idea that you can threaten the US government itself and that is a crime, like that you can commit a crime on the country, I hate that. I think it's fucking stupid. So, yeah, like the concept of treason, you know, like the idea that you can do a crime against the United States government that isn't like stealing, you know, like, I don't know, like, stupid. But I don't know if that otherwise is, like, I don't know what other particular anarchist principles I should look into. Because I just have this broad sensation that, like, organizing at a broad scale like this is not working great. Like, the kind of system that we have set up, like, the way that it can be exploited to shift power away from people, like, I don't know. But also at the same time, I think that a pure democracy is a bad way of governing, sometimes even on the local level. Because again, all you have to do, like, okay, what if you're born gay in a community of people that hates fags? And, like, you're like, okay, I am just one of these people. Like, I am God hates fags. That's me. So what do you, like, if the Democratic majority want you to be exiled or harmed in some way for being born gay, like, what do we do in those situations? What kind of protections can, like, 'cause so pure democracy on a local scale is not necessarily the answer, because how are we going to prevent abuses and harms happening? No, you've not missed the bathroom bill. We will be discussing it shortly. We're still kind of technically in the chill hangout part of our stream, but we're talking about serious bullshit anyway. Anarchy by design doesn't need organization unless we are trying for socialist anarchy. Well, okay, so I don't think that anarchy means no organization, and I also don't think that it means no hierarchy. I think that it means no unjustified hierarchies and leaning toward a principle of keeping things more local and, like, egalitarian. Protecting against individual bigotry is a lot easier than protecting against systemic bigotry. Well, but I'm saying, like, it doesn't take a very large scale before individual bigotry becomes systemic. Because, again, you could have a community of 100 people and 80% of them are homophobic. I'm just throwing out numbers. But yeah, so, like, maybe the individual bigotry that you experience on a daily basis starts with those individuals and your experiences with them. But then if they all vote to remove you from the community or harm you, then, you know, that's democracy in action right there. Like, you know, how do you protect people if we don't have a larger governing society, like a society scale? I guess society is the wrong word there, because you could have a society of like 100 people. But if we don't have a huge national scale government, then yeah, let's say a handful of us do start a commune after the fall of the US government, and somebody comes in and starts threatening us and trying to steal our shit. Like, there is nothing, like, if you don't belong to some kind of at least local system of accountability, let's call it a local system of accountability, then someone could just come up and steal your shit. And you'd be like, well, what the fuck am I gonna do? Like, unless you happen to have guns and you're willing to, like, physically defend your stuff. Like, you know? So the concept of how to ensure protections on top of everything else about how to organize society and achieve everybody's needs being met in an anarchist post-United States world, you know, armed queers don't get bashed. True. I mean, but yeah, like, that's the option, I guess. That's the option. Yo, there's 56 people in here. We're kind of just enjoying a free-flowing conversation before we get into the real politics news. Obviously, we still drift through political conversations, but if you're enjoying, hit the like button. If you're not enjoying, then hit the like button before you leave. I will suggest that you hit the like button before you go, my dear sweet friend. Okay, I don't know why you got knocked around. It's very annoying. This camera is very easy to get it pointing the wrong direction and, like, also pointing up a little bit too high. Deeply irritating. Okay, now what does it look like if I get up on my... If I lay on my ankles, if I sit on my ankles. Okay, look at that. Wow. Perfectly calibrated. Stop getting messed up. I don't know why it gets messed up so easily. Okay, I'm paying attention to chat again. Sorry. Oh, I should drink water. Hail hydrate, babes. Oh my god, that is so lemony. I put way more lemon in there than I meant to. Wow, okay. Yeah, I worry that in a place with no large-scale government, churches would take over in the power vacuum. If you have followed world history, like, the struggle for power, it's consistently been, like, since, like, the concept of governments started being more of a thing, like, there is a constant power struggle between the religious body and the governing body. And, you know, it's actually crazy how long Christianity has maintained, like, a global dominance in this way compared to other religious groups. Anyway. Oh, wow. That, again, that is very, very, very lemony. Far much more lemon than I expected. Gross. Okay. We're not at a... Sorry, Baphomet says we're not at a point where an anarchist revolution could happen, and to me, that's not the point. Who fucking cares about a commune? You can do anarchism right now by looking out for you and yours and doing so in spite of the law. So, I mean, yeah, when I think about the concept of a commune, at this point in my life, I'm like, I want to buy about 60 to 80 acres of land and have a house on it. And if someone wants to be on land next to my land, but not on my land, and they want to, like, have a mutualistic relationship, then that's kind of what I'm willing to do at this point. That's like, I need my own space and I need to have control over it, and I would like to live in a community where other people have control of their own space. And if we want to organize some kind of trade where, like, I don't know, if you haven't set up your farm yet, but you still need resources, if you want to come work for a couple hours a week in exchange for a couple heads of lettuce or something, sure, let's work up an exchange. But, like, I don't want anybody else making any decisions about what I do on my land. And, like, so that's not how a commune would work. A commune, I think, would be much more mutualistic. If someone had 60 to 80 acres and you could farm a lot of it, then that would be a farm that everybody worked on. Vitamin C with a drop of water. True. No worries, Mackenzie. It's okay. I appreciate you lurkers anyhow. It's good to have... Yeah, so I appreciate that Mackenzie just said, I put this stream on and then I go work out or clean. Hell yes. Work out. Please. I am gonna go back to the gym this week, and I'm so excited. Guys, I'm so excited. I'm not gonna lift. I'm gonna spend, like, at least 4 weeks just doing cardio. I think 4 or 5 days a week. Just cardio. Because I was trying to do... Basically, I'm going to do a cut. I'm going to try to cut. So I'm going to slim down, trim some of the fat, and then start working out for building muscle again. I don't want to lose, like, a lot of weight or anything. I just want to, like, recalibrate the percentages a little. And I still want to have, like, you know, good soft edges, but just a little bit less soft. Can I defend the animals on your land with my bow and arrows, please? I will dress as a ninja. Yeah, you can hang out with my Pyrenees dog. Jane says I got the tractors. Excited for Luxander's stretching stream? Stretching stream. That would have to happen on Fansly, I think. I'm currently discussing with my ex if we should put our daughter into a Christian kindergarten. No, I would say no, don't do that. Big time, don't do that. Capitalism and systemic oppression is a prerequisite to any sort of abolishment of a state entirely. That's why the idea that we start with abolishing the state is silly. Yeah, I mean, I guess I just picture the fall of the state also involving an economic decline. And if you don't know, we covered it recently. Hey, there's 57 viewers in here. Hit the like button if you knew this, or if you didn't know this. Do it either way. But back in 1972, at MIT, a group of researchers created a predictive economic model that would show, like, what's going to happen over the next 50, 60... I think they may have done 100 years, actually. So now we're at the, like, 50 years mark or so since they did it. And basically... okay, you might think, wow, it happened in 1972, who gives a shit? But multiple times since then, people have checked what's currently happening in the economy against their predictive model. So let's say, okay, in 2002, they reviewed it. So it was at the 30-year mark, and they were like, well, everything that they predicted in the worst-case scenario version of this economic model is on track. And then they reviewed it again in 2009, and then it was reviewed again in 2021. And every time, it was found to be consistently on track with the worst-case scenario prediction that the MIT researchers did, which predicted that around 2040, maybe around 2030, 2040, the economy will stop growing. And that, like, because you know the GDP, the economy has to grow every year. It will stop growing, and then it will dramatically decline. And that is including a bunch of factors like global warming, climate change, climate refugees, geopolitical instability, and like some of these things I don't think could have been predicted. Like the recent escalation between Israel and Palestine, I don't think could have been predicted by an economic model in 1972. I don't know, the apartheid and displacement of Palestinians has been happening that entire time, so maybe. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. It seems to me like some things are accelerating what was already on track for a serious economic decline. So I guess my assumption is just that, like, the economic instability and that whichever way it starts, whether it's that, like, the government is breaking down and then that impacts the economy, or the economy breaks down and then that is like the final nail in the straw, or sorry, the final like straw on the camel's back that breaks the trust in the United States government, and then like that institution collapses as a result. Like, whichever way you want to say it's starting, I think they're both going to have to happen simultaneously. Like, I don't know how you have a serious governmental decline without it having a serious impact. I hate when there's a nail in my straw. Shut up. If the state fell in combination with economic systems of oppression falling, that would probably be too fast to be sustainable change, IMO. Did I say anything about this being sustainable? I think there's about to be a dramatic and bad series of events that are going to leave a lot of people displaced and unable to support themselves, and less farmland. Like, have you ever considered the logistics of moving? We've looked at these maps on the stream before. I'm not going to pull them up right this second. We've looked at these maps that show that the current area where we grow food, that's like, yeah, this is temperate most of the year, most of the time around the year. That's going to gradually shift northward. So you have currently, okay, yeah, in Kansas and Oklahoma, you can grow food, and it's great. And eventually, those places are going to be too hot to grow food, too dry to grow food. And so then you'll have to grow food in, like, South Dakota or North Dakota or Minnesota, somewhere up there. Minnesota already has some farmland, but, like, you're going to have to move all of it upwards. And it's like, yeah. We have plenty of empty space up there in North and South Dakota, I would say, reasonably. We've got plenty of space up there. However, the system that we have right now, here's how it's going to work. Farmers in Oklahoma are not going to be able to sell their land because they can't grow anything anymore. And what is the US government going to buy their land off them and then subsidize them to move all of their equipment northward by hundreds of miles? How much fuel is going to go into moving enormous industrial farming equipment further north by hundreds of miles? Like, how are these farmers going to afford the new land in an area that is going to be in increasing demand? So it's going to be pretty expensive. Like, there are so many logistics. Just think about how one farming operation could be affected by this. They can't sell the land. Let's say, oh, they might even have to sell some of their big equipment in order to be able to afford the land further north. Oh, and also, the land further north hasn't necessarily been regularly cultivated. So we don't know that it will necessarily have the soil nutrients required to support various industrial farming operations. Like, the logistics of moving all agricultural production northward hundreds of miles, and like, how many years is it going to take to establish new farming systems in those places, new irrigation systems? How many years before they're producing sustainable food? How many years of losing production further south? And the transition period, we're not going to have enough food. We're at risk right now for a dust bowl. I will say, here in the Midwest and Kansas and stuff, we have way more trees than we used to. And that was kind of what caused the dust bowl. Was we eliminated a lot of these prairie grasses, and that loosened up a lot of the soil, and there weren't a lot of trees to replace it. So now we don't so much have all these prairies and wetlands. We have, you know, grasses and trees, like, in combination. Excuse me. Oh my god, excuse me again. Mike Rowe has been hired as a shill for oil and is selling Oklahoma oil and nat gas because what happens when the sun goes away or the wind doesn't blow? What? Oh my god, no, dude. No. Isn't Kansas due for another dust bowl? It's not like we're due for a dust bowl. There was very specific reasons why we had the dust bowl in the first place, okay? Settlers came in. Settlers, colonialists, whatever you want to call them. They came in, and they got rid of a lot of grass. And the grass, like, okay, listen. In Kansas, the grass, prairie grasses, are taller than you. Like, they are taller than you by a good amount. And their roots go down at least as deep as they are tall, if not like 2 or 3 times deeper, okay? And so those root systems hold on to a lot of moisture. So in Kansas, it wasn't just prairie, it was also wetlands because of just holding on to a lot of moisture, right? And gradually, these settlers would come in and they would clear the land because, you know, prairie, it's pretty flat-ish. There's some hills, whatever, but it's flat-ish. And so you can till it down, maybe grade it a little bit, even it out, and then farm it. And at first, it's probably going to be sweet because it's going to be like, oh man, it's such a moist soil. It's such a great fertile. There's so much decaying root matter from all those prairie grasses, right? But then, gradually, the roots rot away, and suddenly what was 11 feet deep roots holding onto the soil is just nothing holding onto the soil at all. So yeah, it's windy here, and there weren't any bigger plants like trees yet. And so we've got way more trees here in Kansas now. It's possible further out west, it's still a little bit more, but we've been trying to restore our wetlands and grasslands in Kansas. You know, there's wetlands that we deliberately create and maintain. And so When I say like the prairie grasses in Kansas are taller than you are, I'm about like 5'7", something around there. And like I have been in person next to these grasses that are easily like 7 feet tall. So you're just like, I don't want to go in there. It's terrifying. I know the Supreme Court has fucked wetland preservation. We just have to hope that the local protections are enough. I don't know, man. It's so upsetting though, because yeah, if you do gut the protections for wetlands, then yeah, that reduces water that's available in the water table in general in that area, and it increases the opportunity for something like a dust bowl. But I don't think it's like we're just due for another one. I don't know. Yeah, probably in places of the state where they're growing cattle and therefore there's not very much grass there. I could imagine there being potential risk for dust bowl like conditions there. Go into the corn then, not the grass. I don't want to go into the corn either. That's also terrifying. Yes, Jane, I've been going down the farm life rabbit hole. I got a spot at a community garden this year, so even though like I rent right now and I don't have the space to garden, I'm going to garden at a community garden center, and I'm going to learn about companion planting and how to deal with pests and all this kind of stuff as kind of a practice round. And then my plan is that hopefully next year I'll move somewhere, probably rent for one more year if I can rent for one more year, and then ideally start looking for someplace to buy. Yeah, three sisters, three sisters, three sisters. I don't even like corn. I'm probably not going to do Three Sisters this year because I need 2 garden plots basically in order to grow, because I want the corn to be at the north side of the garden, and I also want the tomato to be at the north side of garden. But you really shouldn't plant tomato and corn right next to each other because they're both affected by the same blight. So I'm not going to do corn, squash, beans. I might do beans, but probably not squash and corn. I'm thinking more like, oh, I'm going to do basil, tomatoes, peppers all next to each other. Find a place with a rundown old barn. Listen, I'm looking at like so many different possibilities. Renovate the inside, but not the outside. Just let the outside look like shit. True. Okay, drink. Oh man, I keep wanting to drink more water, but there's so much lemon in it. There's so much lemon. I've never had Mexican street corn. In Kansas, we don't do a lot of street food. It's just really not a thing here. Maybe over in Kansas City, Missouri, they do street food, probably downtown. I don't know. But definitely not so much here. Can we talk positive, such as that Switch owners can now pirate any game with ROM cards once they are released? Oh, I hadn't heard of that, no. Someone in the YouTube chat earlier asked, for a positive topic, am I thinking of any other tattoos? Like, yeah. I'm thinking of tattoos, but tattoos cost like hundreds of dollars, and I don't make that much money. Like, I'm working so much because I don't make that much money off of ads and everything. So I just can't really justify doing tattoos right now, although I want to. But yeah, what are some of my ideas? I really would like to get an under boob tattoo. I don't know what of yet. I haven't figured out what I want it to be of, but I think that would be pretty cool. I would love to get a tattoo of mushrooms somewhere, but I haven't figured out what it should look like or where it should go. I want to put an Ouroboros from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood on my thigh where Envy has theirs. You know, I've got tattoo ideas. But no, I didn't know that Switch owners can basically pirate any game. It seems like an oversight. But I did hear about how some game developer, like the head or CEO of a game company, was like, you need to get used to the idea of not owning your games. And it's like, okay, so if buying my game means that I don't own it, and you can just delete it off of my system whenever you feel like it, then if I pirate the game, it's not stealing, because I didn't own... You couldn't... It was not possible for me to own it in the first place. I want Scar's Ouroboros on my arm. Scar doesn't have an Ouroboros, does Scar? I thought Scar didn't have an Ouroboros. Or do you just mean his alchemical symbols on his arm? Because by Ouroboros, I'm specifically referring to the symbol of the homunculus. Ubisoft CEO. Yeah. Jamie says, I lived a decade as a farmhand, got to know many landowners. Many have high values for equality and equity and communal living, but then they get a taste of power and money and they change. Yeah, honestly, Jamie, I'm not comfortable with the idea of a commune. Like, if the US government is still standing and we have a contract, then sure. Like, if there's someone to enforce a contract about, if you live on my land, then maybe you get a piece of the ownership and equity. Like, if I make the farm, if I make the farm a business and then I let you have a % of equity in the business, in exchange for you doing some kind of labor on the farm, or like some, you know, something. It doesn't have to be physical labor. But yeah, you know, I would be comfortable with that, but I'm so concerned about how to organize in a healthy way, given that, like, I think that Violet is sort of, I think you're describing a co-op. Yeah, I guess I don't know what distinguishes a commune. Because always, you know, like, again, like a commune, I imagine having its own, like, local rules. Well, what's the difference between a cooperative community versus a commune? First of all, I don't think that a commune can exist, technically, while a broader government exists. Commune is everything is owned communally. Yeah, but I don't know what that means, practically. Co-op, everyone has costs associated with the land and needs to work a certain amount. Co-ops can function within a capitalist framework. Yeah. My ex, her argument was that she knows people with Christian upbringing who outlived it. On the other hand, it might only be a Christian kindergarten available. Should I push back either way? What's your knowledge on this? My personal opinion is that you should not expose young children to... I really don't even know that I think that you should do Santa Claus with your children, unless you are making it clear that it's for pretend, that you as the parent get to play Santa for them. I think that that's the acceptable way to do that, okay? So if that tells you anything about how you should deal with Christianity, like, Christianity doesn't... It's not like a fun thing that you can do with your kids. You know, it's not... Like, it's fundamentally... Like, even when you're in the baby classes, you're still learning, like, Jesus died for your sins. Like, there is still that knowledge present, at least in the churches that I was exposed to 30 years ago. Yeah, I don't know. I just personally don't think that sending your kid to a Christian kindergarten where they're going to be told it is a fact that God exists, an all-powerful being who will help you sometimes, but maybe not also, and, like, who is capable of helping prevent bad things from happening but doesn't, and also introducing children to the idea of hell. Like, you don't have any control over whether that's going to be brought up, right? I would not be comfortable sending my kid to any kind of religious school. My parents actually handled Santa and the Tooth Fairy very responsibly, so I knew that it was make-believe, and that's fine. The real problem is they did that specifically so they could maintain that Jesus is real. Oh no. Yeah, I think teaching children about hell is fucked up. hope there's another one available. If not, it's going to be a big fight. Wait, so is there not... Okay, I don't know where you're from. If you're in the United States, the kindergarten is part of an elementary school, right? So are you saying that there is no elementary school near you that is not a Christian elementary school? Or are you talking about, like, pre-K? Like, preschool? Oh shit, no, I probably did hear about that story and forgot about it since then. A story from 10 years ago of, like, a 12-year-old girl who, unalived herself because she missed her dad and wanted to see him in heaven. I don't remember that specifically, but I'm not surprised. What's up, Atreyu? Hello, hello. In Germany, it's a dire situation here. You don't get to choose most times. There are not enough kindergartens. Is it a possibility to delay a year until your kid can go to a different school that's not Christian? Like... Any hoozle. Okay, I'm gonna drink more water. I think maybe that I'm dehydrated a lot of the time is why my nose feels stuffy all the time. Anyway, can we get to 50 likes today? We're so close. I would love to get to 50 likes. That's basically like we are consistently hitting around 50 likes in the stream. Sometimes we get up to 69 likes, which is real nice. I'll tell you that. It's real nice. Excuse me. Yeah, could you homeschool for a couple years before, like, and then get a different option for a non-Christian primary school, I guess is what you'd call it in Europe? $69, 69 likes. Dicks, true. Yeah, you have my sympathies, Hyperbolic. I do not know why your ex is so insistent on sending your kid to school so that it can be a Christian school. Like, just because people get deprogrammed from religion later doesn't mean that it isn't harming them in the meantime. I know people who are atheists who still have nightmares about hell. Like, they are atheists, they don't believe in God, but because it was like a certain amount of time that they were believing in that, and it like traumatized them. Obsis, thank you so much for the $10.69. They say, my penance for bringing the mood down for a moment needed to keep the 69 on there, though. True. Yeah, Gayfesh says that he has severe religious trauma. It's not cute. It's not cute. Thank you so much, Obsis. I really, really appreciate you. And now, 79.69. Nice. Amazing. So... for pre-K, I would recommend Con Kids. Con. Fun. So, let me give you an overview of what we plan on talking about today. You can check the description. I'm trying to make a good habit of posting in the description like a couple highlights of what we plan on talking about during our stream. So today we are going to be talking about, obviously, the title of the stream, Utah advancing a criminal trans bathroom ban with a penalty of 6 months in jail. We also have... there was a long COVID summit meeting, committee hearing or something on at the federal congressional level. Like, whatever committee Bernie Sanders is on, he was like interviewing and allowing some folks to speak who have been affected by long COVID or who work with folks who've been affected by long COVID. So I was thinking about talking about that, kind of covering that a bit. We don't need this anymore. There's some kind of bill in Oklahoma suggesting that if there are kids who are furries in school, then we need to have animal control come in and remove them from the school. So, just insane bullshit that I need to read it in order to think that it's real, because I think that it might be fake. Oh god, what else do we have? There's more stuff. There's like more news. Finally, true, we're cracking down on those degenerate furries. True. And I guess if we have some time, we might do a potential debate review of Alec Gunter. Alec is a friend of the channel, and he has this... It's called The Most Vile Transphobe I've Ever Debated. That's the title of the stream, or the video that he posted. So we might look at that. It's like so hateful, apparently, that he had to edit it quite a bit in the last half, so maybe we won't get very far. I don't know. It depends on how late we are in the stream. So we might not end up doing that. We're so good at having chill conversations otherwise. It's pretty hard to understand what's going on in USA. Furries? How about fairies and unicorns? I mean, I think that there are furries all over the place, but only in America do we freak out about them so much. Personally, I would rather do other things because I didn't feel anything was accomplished. I was kind of thinking I would keep it toward the end of the show if we got to it at all anyway. Okay, but what kind of bender would you be? I think water and earth are the only acceptable answers. Well, I mean, you know... Oh, we got to 57 likes. Wow, that's incredible. Thank you so much. Maybe we will get to 69 later, but for now, we got to 50 likes. Thank you. So obviously what kind of bender I would be depends on where I'm born. God. But I think if I were to go based off of personality, then I'm an earthbender. That just is what I am. Like, I'm solid. I'm a Tofstan earthbender for the win. True, yeah. I don't know that I'm, like, stubborn, but I definitely think that I have a strength of character that would lend well to earthbending as a style. If I could bend, I would be an earthbender and bend carbon nanotubes. Is carbon earth? I don't know. That's a fun definition. What's up, Spoonseer? Welcome to the website. Carbon is absolutely earth. It's in the show. Oh. Yeah. I guess I just assumed that carbon nanotubes would be very, very pure. But they do bend coal, like chunks of coal. You've got the looks of a firebender? How? Is it my hair? Is it my wonderful hair? That's an interesting... I've never thought about that. I have the looks of a firebender. There is, like, only a little bit of red left in my hair. And the only reason that there is still red left in my hair is that I couldn't emotionally handle cutting my hair this short. I couldn't handle it. What's up, Kodiak Bear? Welcome in. Alternatively to bloodbending, you could take all the iron out of their blood as an earthbender and make them pass out / die. I don't think it would work that way. Because you have to keep in mind, guys, that the bender stuff, it's not just the practicality and the physics of it. Otherwise, like, lightning would have nothing to do with fire. But, like, I think... It's vibes-based and spiritual. It's not even bloodbending. It can't be bloodbending because then the blood would stop circulating in your body. You know, it has to be like muscle bending. It's all real. True. Sandbenders are broken if they were smart enough. I mean, sandbenders could make glass. Yeah, it's not a purely logic-based magic system. There's not enough iron in your blood to manipulate someone with earthbending, no. There's calcium in your bones, though, and calcium's earth, so... You see what I mean? Like, where are the limits here? There has to be one at some point. There has to be a limit somewhere. Dun 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 dun. Why, Sailor Moon? That happens to me sometimes. I want you to know what it's like to live in my brain. Sometimes Sailor Moon just happens. What did I do that had anything to do with Sailor Moon? Nothing. This is part of why I hate listening to music. We can admit that the classical elements don't map onto the real elements and don't think too hard about it. Yeah. I prefer not to go into, oh, if I was a bender, I could do some tiny thing that it's very only abstractly related to the concept of bending Earth as a concept. Like, oh, had my wisdoms removed yesterday, but I'm surprisingly very okay today. I need to have both of these removed, but it costs like $800 per tooth to get impacted wisdom teeth removed. And you know your boy does not have that kind of money. I'm basically like, I hope within the next few years that I live somewhere like Oregon that has good healthcare and that I'll be able to get some of the like dental care that I've been needing for a long time. Yay! Later, mama. She says, I'm going to the gym now. Stream better be good for Lux. Horties, you better be good. They could cost even more if you end up having a complicated extraction. Right. Like, one of my wisdom teeth is growing in, like, this way. So how do I know that these roots are not, like, growing into my jaw in a way that they shouldn't be? Like, at a weird sideways angle? I don't know. Still listening, just cannot chat. I see, I see. Ooh, Soy Boy says, Medicaid approved my dental work. I'm about to get, like, 9 fillings, y'all. That's very exciting. I'm happy for you. Some states have healthcare, some have health scare. True. Yeah, it's like, I don't know that the roots of my... I know someone who had to have their jaw partially broken in order to get their wisdom teeth removed because they were, like, grown in. The roots were, like, grown into the bone. Oh, gosh. They want 400 just to pull my last wisdom tooth. Annoying, even the state won't touch wisdom teeth. The one I have left is literally fully out and just sitting there. It is a normal tooth at this point. Super dumb how wisdom teeth are treated. I mean, if they're normal, then it's whatever, but, like, I have one that's growing forward and another one that's growing out sideways, and, like, it's hard to keep clean up there. So, yeah, it's rough. 69 likes is the new goal. And it would be great if we could get to $100 in donations today. You know, basically, if I made $100 each stream, that's $200 a week. Plus, I make like $500 on Patreon per month. So there you go. I make like about $300 a week if I make my donation goal. I remember when I had my tooth pulled, the lady said that a cleaning would be almost $2,000, and I laughed. She didn't think it was funny. Like, I ain't got that kind of money. Like, yeah, who the fuck do you think you are charging $2,000 for dental work? Like, I'm gonna take up my like away if it goes to 70. Well, it probably won't last very long. We will immediately get past it, so no worries. Yeah, it's absurd to me that teeth aren't considered healthcare. They are literally bones. They are literally fingernails, but they do get infected quite easily, and then that can cause major systemic issues. But no, your teeth are more like fingernails than they are like bones. Excuse me. I paid over 20K last year for my teeth, and they are far from being fixed. It's ridiculous. Yeah. I would love to not have tooth problems. I have pretty good dental health, but yeah, could always be better. Oh, we got a Tumblr post. It's so fucked up that people think being gay is a choice. It's mandatory. True. No arguments there. Cool. I think that I have the problem that you sometimes have in winter where if your heater is coming on a lot, there's like a lot of shit getting kicked up into the air. Because I'm like, why? I don't know why else I feel so bad. Did I miss the last Tumblr thing? I guess I did. Okay, I gotta put this on the main screen, I guess. Science fiction as a genre was invented specifically to show lesbians, some greasy, sweaty women in tank tops fixing machinery. True. Cannot argue with that. I got no complaints about that. I'm not a lesbian, but, you know, I do appreciate the whams. The whammin'. I'm gonna need a citation for mouth fingernails. Fucking... Okay, so unlike your bone material, enamel does not contain collagen, so that's one major difference between teeth and bone. Hair and fingernails. Like hair and fingernails, tooth enamel contains keratin, insignificantly less levels, so teeth are not considered the same makeup as hair and fingernails, but teeth are, in some critical ways, more like teeth... Or sorry, they're more like hair and fingernails than they are like bones. What are we looking at? Yeah, my taste in women, also my taste in women, also my taste in women. True. Women are perfect. I'm sure they aren't. It would be so terrible if I suddenly became able to date and then I started dating women and then it turns out women are just as fucking bad. Like, oh no. I just found nail art that looks like teeth. I don't want to know. I don't want to see it. Are they in between nails and bones? It's just a different thing. Like, it has keratin in it. And it has, like, calcium in it. But there's no marrow inside of the teeth, I don't think. You know, there's no collagen inside the teeth. Women are as bad, sorry. I had a bi friend who decided no more men, and the first woman she dated falsely reported her to the police for rape. Yeah, so it turns out if my partner and I ever break up, I'm never dating again. It's never gonna do it again. Yes, I heard of the rat hole, and I saw that it got filled in. Oh. Okay. I'm a bisexual gremlin who likes women first and foremost. I'm married to a man. So I think about women more, I guess, is how that works. Okay. I want to show you guys something real quick before we continue with the rest of the political stuff. Because we are about to start talking about the political stuff, okay? Ready? So I want to show you guys something. And I want your opinion / some feedback, okay? I need to find... Here's this. Okay. So this is not quite finished yet. It's in 2 pieces. I need to put it together. But this is a little thing that I'm working on right now. And I am probably going to make a few of them. You can see I have already started on a second one. So if I can make one of these in about an hour or an hour and a half, how much should I put it on my store for? How hard is it to learn? I mean, crochet is not that hard, really. $69. Does it do things? No, it's basically like a small decorative. It's like, I would sell this as a mini decorative pillow, essentially. Like, and the kind of pictures I would take of it would be like, it sat there on the couch next to another pillow, or something like that. All shipping inclusive and $69. I don't think anyone would pay $69 for it. It's, you know, how tall is it? It's about 7 inches tall. A friend for your psilocybin trips. True. Tries to decide if it's a mushroom or a butt plug. Well, it's crochet, so I mean, not to crush all your hopes and dreams, but I don't think that's a very good butt plug material. 37, 15 to 30, depending on how hard you worked on it. So let's just say I can make it in an hour and a half. 25 to 35. 20 to 30. I know, people donate 69 just to support streamers. Yeah, but the thing is that, how much of the materials? This whole ball was, like, probably $6 or $7. And then, I can make several of them out of the one ball. So, for material cost, like, just assume a couple dollars upcharge. Or, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out exactly what the best pricing is. Personally, I was thinking I would sell it for, like, for this little guy, there's 813 stitches in it. So 813 individual stitches, plus whatever time I would need to use to, like, sew the stuff together, because it is obviously still not sewn together. I was thinking of selling it for, like, 30 plus shipping. Mini decorative bi-shroom decorative pillow. Yeah, like 30 bucks. 5 cents a stitch is 40. Yeah, I did, I calculated up, like, what 2 cents a stitch would look like. I was thinking maybe per stitch would be the way to do it. Yeah, 30 bucks. Okay. $813 plus shipping and handling. Know your worth. I know. 30 plus if it's 1.5 hours. Don't undervalue. $39.90 plus shipping, permanently on sale from $49.90. True. Well, cool. Thanks for your feedback, y'all. I'm gonna make a few of them. I was thinking maybe I would make 2 and put those up on the website, and then if those sold relatively soon, then I might make a couple more. But I have the rest of this ball of yarn, and then I have another entire skein of this. I was originally going to try to make, like, a big pillow, but then I was like, yeah, I'm going to need to charge, like, $100 for this, and I don't think anyone's going to buy a $100 decorative mushroom pillow that was going to be, like, this big. Limited edition with bath water inside it somehow. What kind of yarn? This is 100% acrylic yarn. I know, it was gonna be like a more than a foot tall pillow, and but that had, like, thousands of stitches in it. It had, like, more than 1,000 stitches in it when I took it apart. I paid $100 for a snail that big, so don't assume people won't pay. Fair enough. I need to get some chunkier yarn so that I can make bigger things with fewer stitches, because it's like each individual stitch takes the same amount of time. So if you're making something like again, this little thing has 813 stitches. And if I made something bigger, it would be like thousands of stitches. And so I need chunkier yarn. Like, I need bigger, chunkier yarn. Crochet a packer. I've already done that, Anansi. You see the peepee? I need some different yarn if I'm gonna make more of these, but I could also sell packers, I guess. Yeah, I've already crocheted a packer. I made this for myself because all packers have balls, and I don't want balls. So. I have stitches in my mouth. I would buy your packer as a pillow decoration. Are you planning to make other colors for mushrooms, like Amanita, non-binary? What is Amanita? Amanita? Hi, Heza. Amanita. Oh, are you talking about the fly agaric? I hate those so much. I am so over it! Sorry. Was that a mushroom before the packer? Yes, Divini. I was asking chat if they would tell me how much they would pay for this, or how much they thought was reasonable to pay for a little mushroom like this. So I was thinking that might be a good strategy. I might go look for some chunkier yarn, like some, basically like, you know, if the yarn is bigger around, then you use a bigger hook and you get more square inches in fewer stitches. So I was thinking the mushroom is not sticking together. I need to sew it together. Um, but yeah, I was thinking maybe, yeah, maybe I could make mushroom, like bi pride or pan pride. If I, depending on, it just depends on what kind of yarn I can find, y'all. I usually like to go shopping locally for yarn. I don't go buy shit online because then I can't feel what it's gonna feel like. But yeah, so I was basically figuring, I bet flag colors on the cap would sell. Also, if they were stuffed full of drugs, true. I just happened to find this yarn that was bisexual colors and I decided to buy it. But, you know, so this yarn is just a color change yarn. But I could get, okay, there's a yellow and a pink and a blue. Now I'm going to make a pansexual flag mushroom. Maybe I'm going to make the pansexual flag mushroom like the stem is going to be yellow and the top part is going to be pink with blue spots or blue gills, which is something that I kind of did similarly with this mushroom. And I think I want to sell this one too because I mostly just don't want it in my house anymore. But you can see I made it trans flag colors. I guess I could hypothetically put some spots on the top of it too, but, you know, this was like an experiment that I could easily see my... How much should I sell this for? It's also a stream keepsake because it has been on the table behind me for a long time. Anyway, 69 concurrent viewers. We're gonna get 69 likes at some point today. I'm so sure. Non-binary dicks would be cool. I heard that Joanne sells pride-colored yarn. Yeah, if you have a Joanne fabric, that's usually a good place to start. Sometimes at, like, other craft stores, big box craft stores will sometimes have yarn. You can even go to Walmart and get yarn if you don't mind that it's absolute shit quality. But hey, you know, it's a fucking pillow that's gonna sit on your couch. It doesn't really have to be super cute. I wish I was rich so I could buy all the streamer merch. I know. Excuse me. I found a bunch of fly agaric this year. Super fun. I'm excited to install some more species into my woods, and I haven't seen them till this year. Fly agarics, you can't eat them, right? They're just like pretty. They're just iconic mushrooms. Oh, so you can eat fly agarics. I didn't realize you could do that. You have to prep them carefully. Yawn. Okay. They make you twice as tall. True. Yeah, I don't have any doubts about that. They definitely make you twice as tall. Absolutely. What should we talk about first, politics-wise? We have some wonderful politics stuff to talk about. Who cares about consequences? No, no consequences. What shall we talk about first today, y'all? First of all, I just want to say, 70 viewers in here. Sometimes on my show, we break away and we talk about stuff that has nothing to do with politics. There have been some topics over the last hour that we've discussed that will probably go up on my second channel. If you didn't know, I do have a second channel. It's just called Luxander 2 right now. And I'm posting conversations about bread making and conversations about surviving the climate crisis and growing food and neurodivergency rants, just anything that doesn't really fit the whole politics and trans stuff theme of the main channel. You know, we have those discussions on this stream, but they don't get uploaded to the channel here. They get uploaded elsewhere. So if you want to go subscribe to that, exclamation point 2 in the website chat will give you the link. And yeah, you should check it out over there. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers and hopefully increase the watch time on the channel so that that channel can be monetized. If you're seeing ads on that second channel, I don't have any control over that, and I don't make any money off of it. You know, just because I'm not in the partner program, like YouTube will still put ads on my content, and then I just don't get paid for it. And I don't get to control how often the ads happen. So, sorry, y'all. Yeah, Utah doesn't think you should be allowed to pee. Lux gun safety videos when lefty and gay gun channel would go hard as fuck. There's a possibility that I will be a person who has guns, but I'm probably not going to make content about guns. Like, I'm sure that I will have guns for, I don't know, like shooting a fox if it tries to get into my chickens or whatever. I don't know. You might need one for just small being in the country type stuff like that. But I'm probably not going to post about it very much. Me personally. Oh my god, we're so close to 69 likes. I need a lefty LGBTQ2A channel. That's what I am. I'm a lefty LGBTQ2A channel. That's what I enjoy doing. Because even my gardening channel, like when I'm probably going to turn the second channel into a channel that is going to end up focusing more on that stuff, where we're doing the prepper shit. We're trying to prepare for climate change and things, and I'm going to continue talking about politics during that. We're going to be like, oh yeah, you know, keeping in mind, everybody, that the reason why we're building this water catchment system on my land is because by 2050, there are going to be 5 billion people on this planet experiencing water shortages, and y'all need to be preparing just as much as I am. Yummy. Are you going to take a martial art as part of your prepping for the apocalypse? I could consider it. I could see, maybe. It just depends on what's available and how much money I have. Does anyone know PSR Gun Channel? He kind of seems very LGBT friendly, but I'm not sure if he's memeing. Either way, pretty goofy channel. I'm not familiar, but I will let the shout out stand. Man. My elbow hurts. I don't know why. Alright, let me see. So we have today... Oh my word. There's so much BS in the world. I've been saying to take martial arts for years now. I'm trained in several. I had a generic sort of karate thing that my mom had me signed up in, and I did that for several years, so I do know some basic things, like basically how to break someone's grip on you. Like some basic concepts around that, but I'm sure that like an updated self-defense class is probably a good idea for anybody in this day and age. Grow really spicy peppers on your land and make your own pepper spray. You gotta be careful growing spicy peppers on your land, because they will cross-pollinate with your bell peppers. And then if you're trying to do heritage vegetables and you're harvesting your own seeds to use next year, boy howdy, you're gonna have some fucked up peppers. Yeah, self-defense and martial arts are two different things. I'm sure that many people... I don't really know... Yeah, how many self-defense classes are you taking that aren't at least partially based on some kind of martial art? I don't know. If you need Krav Maga or Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, I'm pro in both. I like the idea of Krav Maga because it's... Because I'm a skinny person, right? I'm a very small, skinny human person. I guess I'm not as skinny as I used to be, but I feel frail and tiny. So my biggest fear in a physical altercation is the grapple, because if I get into a grapple, I don't really feel confident that I have the strength or the skill or mobility to get out of a grapple. So Krav Maga interests me because it is a little bit more close contact like that. But again, how much does it cost to do Krav Maga here in the US? I don't know. 9 times out of 10, the best self-defense is running away. I mean, yeah, obviously true. Yeah, yes. I made some homemade hot sauce from homegrown peppers last year. Ooh, yum. That sounds amazing. I've grown peppers for a long time and I've never had that happen, IDK. I mean, if you're keeping your bell peppers and your spicy peppers away from each other, then that's good. Maybe what you're learning, Robert, is that you don't have very many pollinators. Because I'm sat there thinking, oh yeah, if I had bees near my garden, I definitely would want to grow hot peppers in the greenhouse so that the bees couldn't cross-pollinate out anything, you know? When I lived in Idaho, I took JKD for 10 years, 130 a month, and took classes 6 days a week. Holy shit, 6 days a week. Running is way underrated. Just look at statistics. Listen, there's a reason why, okay? Next week, this week, tomorrow, I am going to start doing cardio. I'm going to go back to the gym, but I'm going to do cardio. I'm not going to do weightlifting this time. I'm going to do cardio. And it's going to be like, I'm just going to do the pedaling, probably, like on the elliptical or whatever. Because I don't like how the treadmill makes my hips feel. It's not a good feeling. But I'm planning to basically just start doing an hour of cardio a day. As many days a week as I can make it happen. And then, yeah, it's going to make running much easier. I don't understand farming. What do you mean? Like, you don't understand the concept? Or you don't understand why people enjoy it? Excuse me. I had my bells make my jalapeno peppers not spicy ones. True. I wanted to do Krav Maga after I was attacked by fascists, but where I live, I would have to be registered as a human weapon to the police because they're the only ones allowed to teach it. Ooh, gross. Learn how to throw some mean elbows and knees. True. Throw in those elbows. That's the way to be. Oh my god, we're so close to 69 likes. 69 likes. All right. I'm getting some stuff ready, okay? I'm getting some stuff ready. I'm getting some links ready so that we can discuss. The elbow plus chin combo is underrated. True. You should separate your bell peppers and spicy peppers with lettuce so that you make surprise spicy lettuce. You know, that would be a very fun thing. Alec Gunter made a video on this trans widow named Ute Hagen. I'm not familiar with that. I'm also not sure if we're going to actually watch the debate from Alec. Heza, hey, thank you so much for your $10 dono. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Spicy lettuce. That would be a hell of a thing. Spicy lettuce. $89.69. Look at us. We're so close to our goal today. My arms are not very impressive right now, but I'll still show off my muscles for you if we get to the stream goal if you want. Paul Blart Mall Cop, tactically shake a drop of hot sauce into the assailant's eyes. People always say, you know, oh, pepper spray is illegal in my country. And I'm like, is Axe body spray illegal in your country? Spray someone in the face with Axe body spray if they're going to attack you. Obviously, only in self-defense. Okay, only in self-defense. What's the actual bill? I still don't know how to flex my pecs. I need to make my boobs self-jiggling. I have not really figured out how to flex my pecs without also flexing my shoulders. My dad crossbred hot peppers with bell peppers. Those suckers were so damn spicy. It's because they're all technically the same species of plant. Like, all of those different pepper plants, they're still the same species. They might be called a certain variant, but they're all the same species. Start your flex at the lower neck. Oh, shit. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Spoonsier. I know you all can't see me. I'm flexing my pecs right now underneath my hoodie. Good news on the 69th like. Nice. Nice. Welcome in Silent. Hello. Broccoli, cauliflower, spinach, and some other stuff is all the same too. Yeah, Brussels sprouts. Hell yeah, we got 69 likes. Wachow! And then immediately surpassed it and got to 70. But that's okay. We'll take it. I've been on tea for a minute now. Figured that out by being unemployed and bored. True. Technically, all peppers are the same genus, not the same species. So, like, the spicy peppers is what I meant. Like, the ghost pepper and all those, like, I think that those are all basically the same species, aren't they? Like, they keep breeding these peppers, but they're not, like, substantively different enough to be a new species. All peppers are capsicum autumn, right? So, I don't know. Maybe they are separate species and it's just that they are really good at interbreeding. Listen, guys. Those are chili variants. Yeah, so that's what I was referring to. Sorry, I said peppers more broadly, and I should have been more specific. But ghost pepper is delicious, you guys. Ghost pepper tastes so good. It is really spicy, but it... Interestingly, I watched Smoke and Ed Curry do a taste test flavor thing, and he was like, ghost peppers are bad. But I also think that he said that habanero was good, and I was like, shut the fuck up, you don't know what you're talking about. Habanero tastes awful. Ghost pepper tastes amazing. I think Smoke and Ed Curry just has a totally different flavor palette than I do. But man, ghost pepper is so good. Ooh, yes, smoked chipotle is so fucking delicious. Can someone please give me the... Yeah, read the full bill text. Give me the full bill text. That's what I want, bitches. Peppers are nightshades. My new roomie is allergic to them. No! Never tried habanero. Yeah, habanero is not yummy to me. I don't like it. It's not yummy. Solus, welcome back. Hello. So exciting. Okay, we're about to get started on one of our political topics for today. We've been chilling like a villain for an hour and a half here so far. We are going to talk about politics. We're not going to start with the Utah thing. We'll get to the Utah thing in a minute, but we got a couple of different politics things to discuss. So, if that's what you're here for, hit the like button. Maybe we can get to 75. Today, shit, we still have like 3 hours of stream left. 2 or 3 hours of stream left. We could easily get to 100 likes today. Let's fucking go! 120? Maybe. Maybe 120. But let's start with a goal of 100. It's over 100! Ah! Yeah, we're even most of the way to a flex. I know, Andy's Mints gave us a $69 dono before we even started today. Very sweet. Okay, we're gonna talk about some annoying shit. Ooh, yeah, I need to give myself signal words so that I can find it later. We're going to start now. I think I'm going to use the word start as a trigger word so that I can literally search in my video later and find the word start so that I know when the segments are, because it'll make my editing life much faster. Easier that way. Okay. I think that a lot of these people who are fear-mongering about trans people also have a tendency to go, oh, well, then there's these kids pretending to be animals, and oh, they make things up. They lie. They say, oh, they're putting cat boxes, they're putting litter boxes in the classrooms now for these kids who are pretending to be cats. And I think it's pretty obvious, you know, there's a huge prevalence of queer people within the furry community and plenty of trans people within the furry community. So honestly, my personal little opinion is that any criticism of furries is cloaked criticism of queer people more broadly. It's just because furries are the newest today's, extreme sexual deviance, because we can't portray regular old cisgender gay people as crazy sexual deviants anymore. They've managed to normalize themselves and integrate mostly into society. But furries are freaks, and it's not okay. So we are seeing, not only are there just straight up lies happening, portraying furries as, oh, this is a new thing that our kids are getting into. They're yiffing. So much yiffing. No. And particularly, I think it's a way of attacking trans people, because lots of the rhetoric the last 8 years has been about, oh, I identify as an attack helicopter. Oh, you identify as a tree. Like, how can you identify as a doe? There's this whole otherkin concept. And so I think that it's, criticism of furries is akin to criticism of people who actually identify as animals, which I don't think most furries do. And there's also this sensation of it being against non-binary people, because non-binary people often express our genders in weird ways, like referring to animals, because that's frankly a more coherent concept than referring to man or woman as genders. And also, again, more broadly, a criticism of trans people, because any criticism of non-binary people is just, it's the same criticisms against trans people, but just narrowed down slightly to pretend like non-binary people are less acceptable, when in actuality all trans people are undesirables. So, but how it comes out is weird stuff like this. So in Oklahoma, we're gonna look at a bill from Oklahoma. This is an act related to schools prohibiting certain students from participating in school curriculum or activities, requiring the student's parent or guardian to pick the student up from school, providing for removal of the student by animal control services, providing for codification, and providing an effective date. What? This is a bill that would introduce a provision where you could call animal control services to have a kid pretending to dress like a cat, or like dressing like a cat, being a furry. You could have animal control services. So again, thinking about how this is a way of policing queer, trans, non-binary people, like animal control services is one of those things it's kind of a wing of the police if we needed to police animals. That's basically what animal control is. So this is weaponizing yet another wing of control, of authority, of like being able to capture and imprison you, something that's normally not supposed to have anything to do with people. Keeping in mind also, and recognizing how that aspect of dehumanization is the gateway to like genocidal practices against folks. So, it's basically saying, oh, if you're gonna act like an animal, then we're gonna treat you like one, and you no longer deserve the protection of human rights. It's dehumanizing, yeah. And I want to point out, before we get too much further into it, speaking of Doe, I mentioned earlier, Doe, I saw retweeted this saying, seeing state legislature threatening to call, quote, animal services on children that, quote, anthropomorphize in a wave against queer people, and thinking about how, quote, progressive liberals in the online left made a whole meme era about hunting me for being Doe. I'm sure it's nothing. Yeah, folks have been alluding to threats of violence against non-binary people who express their gender in this way. If I were like, I am like I'll say, oh, my gender is dragon or whatever, because I really don't actually have a sensation of gender. Insofar as like I don't identify as a demi-boy or a trans woman or a non-binary like genderqueer person. Like, I don't really have a specific gender label anymore. And so it is fun, and it illustrates how seriously I take gender when I say my gender is pizza, or my gender is dragon or doe. Like, I don't think that Doe even says that that's what their gender is. It's gender. I think that Doe is much like me, just like, I don't care about this anymore. I am non-binary. I'm going to do what I want medically. I don't care about your specific labels. I'm just going to go by Doe. That's what I am. I am Doe. It's not that complicated, but like these people are literally, I don't know what exactly it is. Okay, so let's keep reading this law. Let's like look at it. Okay. Students who purport to be an imaginary animal or animal species or who engage in anthropomorphic behavior commonly referred to as furries at school shall not be allowed to participate in school curriculum or activities. This is dress code gone insane because honestly, I think that most of the things that would make someone seem like a furry are things that are already not going to be allowed in school for the most part. Like, I don't know about you, but when I was in school, we were not even allowed to wear hoods. Like, if it was cold, we would wear hats. But there, and I think that maybe even there might have been restrictions, like certain times of the year were more acceptable to wear head coverings than others. So it's like even the cat ears themselves, you could very easily just say, oh, it's a distraction. We should dress code this. Easy. And like, I'm not saying that I really enjoy or appreciate, because I think that dress codes are often stupid and they're badly applied anyway. But point being, this bill is saying a person, like a student who engages in any kind of imaginary play behavior related to pretending to be an animal or something. What age does this go through? Like, I don't know that this specifies an age group. So does this mean that any elementary age child, let's say a kindergarten or first grader, who is engaging in imaginary play as an animal, that if they go too far and it starts to seem like they might be a furry, are they like not allowed to participate in school curriculum or activities? Not being allowed to participate in school curriculum, does that mean that you're not even allowed to participate like from home? Is this effectively kicking the students out of the school? You can't even get online classes? It goes on to say the parent or guardian of a student in violation of this section shall pick up the student from school, or an animal control services shall be contacted to remove the student. Like, this is real. This is the text of a bill from Oklahoma, HB 3084. Like, this is real. You think this is fake? It's not. And that's basically the whole thing. That's basically the whole bill, is just if a student seems like they might be acting like a furry, they are going to not be allowed to participate in the curriculum, and we might call animal services on them. I don't even know what to do. I don't know what to do. Like, how do you even respond to someone going, oh, if you're playing pretend like you're a furry, then you literally don't get to have an education. Okay, I've said this before. We've discussed this education issue before. Like, when you're limiting the right of a trans student to use the bathroom that they feel comfortable in, you can't reasonably be somewhere for longer than a couple hours if you are not allowed to use the bathroom. So there was that girl a couple years ago. I talked to Tahim about it on his show, and she was like, you know, you're not allowing me to use the bathroom at school, so I'm going to do education from home. Can you provide me with the information and classwork that I need to do it from home? And she was like, I'm not going to go to the public school. If you're going to provide me with some shitty option, like, I think they were going to, oh, you're only allowed to use the bathroom in the office, which if you're in a multi-story school, are you really, like, how reasonably can you even get to the bathroom in your passing period if you have to go from upstairs down to the office and then back upstairs, you know? There was that also recently. Riley Gaines outed or tried to out a teenage girl on a scholarship for volleyball to University of Washington. These people are trying to strip educational opportunities away from trans people. Again, if we're looking at the fact that furries are a representation of queer behavior, queer people, trans people, identifying as a blah, blah, blah. Yeah, furries are a key wedge in to discriminating against trans and queer people just in an indirect way. And yeah, they want to eliminate our educational opportunities. They don't want us to have scholarships through sports. They don't want us to be present around other students. Oh my god, my nose is so stuffy. I hate it. Yeah, basically, they're appointing the schools to become bullies themselves. They'll nominally pay lip service to the idea that schools should be against bullying, but being so far down the rabbit hole of Christofascism that bullying is seen as the only way to preserve rigid social norms. Right. And they've even said at the national level, we saw them in a Senate meeting recently, I believe it was, that they genuinely they know that it's effective to use social stigma and shame and social rejection to get people to detransition or to not transition in the first place. That's why, like, the overwhelming majority of detrans people are only doing it because they're like lack of social acceptance, and most people who detrans go on to retransition later because they end up realizing that it doesn't, they find the social support they needed. They realize that their internal expression is more important than that, like whatever it is. But they know that social shame and punishment are ways that will get some amount of trans people to desist or kill themselves. They don't really care which. So. True, this is what happens when your Facebook boomer uncle becomes a legislator. Someone in chat suggests that they might not even actually call animal control. They'll just call the police and arm them with animal control equipment. Maybe. If I had $1 for every time I've seen a right-winger unironically say something that essentially boils down to, we need to bring back bullying, I'd have a lot of dollars. Delicious. I'm starting to get used to how intensely lemony it is. I still regret putting as much lemon in there as I did, but, it's bizarre how comfortable Americans are with cops in schools. I mean, it's normalized. Like, it's so strange how many deeply fascist things we are just used to on a regular basis. And I think that's kind of one of them, that we're just accustomed to there being police in schools. There isn't a cop in every school. I'm pretty sure that these white schools don't really have resource officers, but I grew up in areas where there were brown kids, and so we always had cops in the school. Usually just the one, but like at least the one. The idea of calling animal control on a kid pretending to be an animal is crazy. At my school, we pretended to be war mechs on the playground. Who would they have called then? Homeland Security on your ass. Don't even play Divinity. They did have a resource officer at my very white school. Seemed like an easy gig for him. He just sat in the hall. Yeah. Well, I guess so at your very white school, did you guys have metal detectors every day? Because I will say, at least the resource officer in my school had a job, and that was like in the morning to direct we had to literally put our bags through those like airport x-ray machine things, and we had to walk through metal detectors like every day. I never personally had drug sniffing dogs at my school, but yeah, it sucked. I hated it. It does not start your day off very well. Like, okay, this is a little bit of a separate issue. I'm kind of starting to go on a tangent here, but can I just say how awful it is as a student to start your day having to go through that level of security? Like, every day, as a matter of course. If you show up late, if you show up at like 10 o'clock, then yeah, they usually don't have I mean, at least me, I was a white kid, they didn't personally check my individual bags, although it wouldn't surprise me if they did make that part of the thing. Or, I mean, the other thing that it reveals is that it's just security theater, because you probably could still get away with bringing things in that they didn't want you to. But yeah, I mean, it just really is not a good way to start your day. Gotta say, I don't even think the Russians have thought of banning furries. Yeah, so the lawmaker who's targeting furries in schools, by the way, just to be clear, is Justin Humphrey, Oklahoma, and we have a little article here that was posted in chat. Humphrey has filed a bill targeting, quote, furries. In a video talking about the bill, Humphrey said he doesn't want to see kids using litter boxes. Again, the litter boxes lie. The people have, quote, lost their minds by allowing students to, quote, pretend to be animals at school. If you've got an animal coming to school, how about we vaccinate them? How about we get them neutered? How about we send them to the pound? This is literally exactly the way that people were talking about doe, like 2 years ago. Just, yeah. Do you think that that makes you look like a sane person? It really makes you seem like you are less sane than the kids who are playing pretend. Like, I can much more easily understand the idea of kids playing pretend and having fun pretending to be animals. Like, oh, I enjoy wearing the cute little cat ears. But the idea of being like, oh, well, sure, if you're gonna act like, it's so abusive, isn't it? You know, like, oh, if you're gonna act like an idiot, I'm gonna treat you like an idiot. That's the kind of shit that, like, that echoes back for some of us who have abusive parents, you know? Like, I'm sure that I just accidentally triggered some people's, like, latent trauma. Because, yeah, you know, if you're gonna act like blah, 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 why don't I just treat you like blah, blah, blah? You're just waiting for any excuse to do something extremely fucked up and abusive, and you're taking the opportunity. Yeah, it's literally, yeah, if you don't stop crying, I'll give you something to cry about type logic. Does this rule still apply on Halloween? Like, what are they going to do if half the girls in the school show up as cats? I would assume, yeah, it doesn't list any exceptions for Halloween. It would have to be pretty malicious for them to apply it on Halloween. But I think that what's going to result is that schools are no longer going to allow costumes during Spirit Week or Halloween. Anybody else have Spirit Week where they would have days where you're supposed to dress in a certain type of costume? Not specifically Halloween oriented. Yeah, and they will only selectively apply this to LGBT kids. Yeah, many Christian radicals hate Halloween already. It's a win-win for them. They just get to completely eliminate Halloween. So Justin Humphrey, he's been serving in the House of Representatives in Oklahoma since 2017. He has authored other bills related to law enforcement, crimes and punishment, and prison reform. This year, along with the bill seeking to ban furries from public schools, Humphrey authored another bill that would classify anyone of Hispanic descent who is a member of a criminal street gang and has been convicted of gang-related offenses as having committed an act of terrorism. Cool. So that's the guy who's sponsoring this bill and who pushed it forward. It wouldn't even require costumes to break this law. No, it wouldn't. Yeah, you could stage a protest by getting a bunch of students to refuse to say anything other than meow for a set period or for a day. Like, today is meow day. We are only going to make animal sounds. And then there's, you know, I could see some students having fun with that. Like, oh, bark, bark. And, like, refusing to answer questions and things. You know, students can't really meaningfully protest by stopping going to school because then, you know, the whole truancy laws crap. But they can go and refuse to participate. Here's the video of him explaining himself. It makes it very clear that this is a disinformation and propaganda campaign against trans people. Okay, let's watch it. Come back. I need my earbuds. Come here, earbuds. I have too much yarn on my desk. Ah! Too much yarn. Pretty bold to write into the actual law that it's only terrorism when brown people do it. Fucking true. Oh, and aside from discriminating against queer kids, it's also a way to discriminate against autistic kids who often express play in unorthodox ways. Okay, do I need to watch this whole video? You gave me a time-stamped video. Do I need to start at the 30-second mark, or should I start before that? Hi, Dormiu. Welcome in. Okay, the rest is just the local news stuff. Okay, great. Okay, cool. Okay, let's see what the actual guy says. Let's do it. It's probably not loud enough. Here we go.
Do you think that kind of behavior distracts from other students? And I would say absolutely.
The bill says students would be picked up by a parent or animal control. That part, Humphrey says, was a joke.
The line about the animal control officers in the bill was sarcasm then?
Well, here's the deal. What those people ought to be is mental health. I mean, we can always change the language.
What those people ought to be is mental health. What? You could have written into the law that they need to be, like, that they need to be admitted into a medical place, because there are those kind of psychiatric places. But no, he said animal control.
That we should get these kids to some mental health experts.
House Bill 3133 would require labeling.
Did he just not answer the question of, like, are you saying you put that in there as a joke? Because they're gonna try to enforce it that way. He's a super serious legislator. Yeah, I don't know. He didn't respond to her claim in that clip, at least, that, like, whether it was sarcastic or not. Yeah, what's really great to put in laws and creates no ambiguity at all? Jokes. We should put more jokes in our laws, as a matter of fact. Why do you have a job still? Go get a different job, not doing this. I'm just gonna start claiming that laws I don't like are just jokes. True. Oh god, is there anything else in here from him?
Known gang member a terrorist if convicted of a gang-related offense.
Okay, I think that might be it from him. Oh wait, got a little bit more from him?
Now wants to change it.
All politicians seem to never want to say I'm wrong. I have no problem if you're around me. I'm wrong quite a bit. But I do believe, after listening to people, that we can improve the bill by saying undocumented, and I think it makes it a much better bill.
Representative Jacob Rosecrans says the
Okay. Cool. Do we have any more from this dude? Maybe one more? No, we got a different dude now. Different dude. Yeah, just wants to crack down on queer people. Just wants to force queer people to, you know, bringing up the mental health thing again, making it seem like, oh, furries need mental health help as opposed to, you know, their children engaged in play. Like, man, how old do you have to be to forget what it's like to be a kid who likes to play pretend? You know, they're able to imagine that it's a kid playing pretend when it comes to a kid's genuine, earnest gender identity, but they cannot, like, imagine the concept of play when it's a kid dressed as a cat. He's not the most divorced dad ever. That title goes to Elon Musk, but he does have divorced dad vibes. Someone needs to check this guy's internet history. Gotta improve that Beal. That Beal. Dude talks like a literal cartoon. Yeah. This is the kind of guy who can only visit his kids on the weekend, but doesn't. Oh no, Jane. You got me on that one. Oh boy. Okay, I should add this to my stream notes now. Where is it? Where is stream notes? Come back to me. So dumb. It's very dumb. What did we even talk about? We streamed on Wednesday, but I can't remember what we talked about. Okay, now today is 22? 20? Today's 21. Today's 21. Gotta make sure we have our links. Stream notes links. Okay, we did it. Cool. Segment. Down. Come back to me, chat. Hello, chat. Do you think that these people just simply hate cats? I don't think that it's about cats specifically, no. Yeah, Violet points out, as a reminder, we have literally hundreds of anti-trans bills being made, and it's not even the end of January. This is most likely a fake bill to distract from the explicitly anti-trans bills that do the same thing. I mean, yeah, it, it's so weird, the introducing laws this way as a means of doing something stupid and wasting time and distracting from other more important things. It's so dumb. I mean, it's probably not dumb. It's probably a very well thought out political strategy, but I hate it. Thank you, Max. Yes. Too tantalizingly close to not finish it off. Thank you for the $10. Okay, what does that bring us up to? I think that brings us up to $99.69, actually. $99.69. We're 31 cents away. Oh, God bless whoever it is that does those donations in cents. It was Obsess earlier who gave us a 10. It was supposed to be 1031. It did not do 1031. I don't know. That's so strange. Can we get a flex today? If we get one more $5 dono, I'll do flex. Oh, God. Sag. If we don't get another $5 dono in the next 5 minutes, I'll do it. I decided being cis is cringe. I need some pronouns. Anyone know where I can get some pronouns? Does Lux have some in the merch store? I don't have any pronouns in the merch store. I do have the ability to make buttons, but it would be one pack of like 5. So it would have to be like pronouns. Like there would have to be several different pronouns, or like one of them would be the logo and then other ones would be pronouns. You would end up with a handful of pronoun buttons you don't need. Cat boys are the bestest boys, I know. Only amateur nouns. You can give pronouns to your friends. That's true. Then you have free pronouns to give away. But yeah, I think that they give me the option to do packs of 5. And so, you know, I guess one of them would be the logo for my channel, and then 4 other ones that are just what, like he, she, they, it. I don't know. We can get the pronoun buttons and give out genders to people. Pronouns for strangers. Steph makes string pronoun bracelets. I don't know how many pronouns I would need. I'll just take one of each to start. The 5th one can be any all. Well, I was thinking like one of the buttons is just the logo. If you sell like a team of buttons. Oh my God. Steph says, currently in the process of remodeling my Etsy, but if you DM me, I'll make you something. So Steph might have some bracelets that y'all could have. I am going to start posting. I'm going to finish a couple of these this week, take some pictures, and post my mushrooms on my website. I don't have an Etsy because fuck Etsy, but I have a website. So I'll post some of my tiny decorative mushroom pillows. Maybe I'm gonna look for some new yarn this week for a project that I am gonna start working on. So while I'm at the store, I'll look for some other yarns and see if we can start making a little bit of extra money on the side from people who want some cool pride mushrooms. One of the buttons can be blank, so people can write them in with a marker. That's a good point. Beautiful. Tony Hawk pronouner too. Good grief. Okay. Hey, we got to 78 likes so far today. Maybe we will get to 100 in our next couple hours of stream. Perhaps. Perhaps. Oh no, the hungry has started. I tried to eat before stream. Why is it so much easier to do a 10-mile hike than 3 miles on a treadmill? Because treadmills suck. They suck. They're not good. It's a bad way to do cardio. I don't think it's actually objectively a bad way to do cardio. I just personally dislike it. I would rather be hiking, because at least there's beautiful things and you can smell the fresh air. Treadmills don't let you do it at your own pace. They can, kind of. Well, no, I guess, yeah, that is one of the things that differentiates the bicycle machine from the treadmill. The bicycle machine, like, only goes so much as you go, which can be kind of annoying at times, but like if you slow down too much because you're trying to fix your shoelace, it's like, workout paused, and you're like, shut up. It's too cold out for hikes. Yeah, I'm just doing the, if you have the option to do the little elliptical, that's a good way to go. I tried to do some bicycles lying on the floor the other day, and it turns out that something about engaging the muscles right there really tweaks my lower back problem. So, rip in pieces. I can't do fucking any meaningful cardio at home. My building is just so shit that it's like there's no way to do any kind of exercise at home that is not going to disturb my neighbors. Like, I can do push-ups and like pull-ups, but if I tried to do anything that would do any engaging cardio, it would immediately shake the entire building. Treadmills are great for winter. I was thinking I will do some treadmill while I watch stream. It just hurts my hip, personally. That's just for me. So there's like 75 people in here. Usually around the halfway point in the stream, I take a little bit of a break. I rest my voice because I talk constantly in my show. So I'm thinking I might take a little bit of a break. But when I get back, we are going to talk about some more of our political stuff. So, what should be our next topic when we get back? We could talk about the long COVID committee thing. We could talk about this Utah thing. We could talk about Israel. So those are basically like my 3 topics that I have left for today, I think. Are you able to climb your stairs? It's cold. It's one of those, you know, the stairs, it's just too cold for me to want to exercise on the stairs. Utah thing, then Israel. I'd rather not think about Israel at the moment, but I know it's important. Yeah. Well, there's now been some aggression toward American citizens on American soil, which, so it's kind of escalated in that way. Hoi hoi! But we also have the long COVID thing, so we've got some different topics to get into. It's never too cold for me for hiking for me. I do have some delicious fleece leggings now. I really want to know more about that thing with US and Israel. Yeah, TLDR, like people who have served in the IOF who are now in the United States are being aggressive toward Palestinian, like pro-Palestinian protesters. So that's what it is. Yeah, I know. I need to take a break. I'll take a break. I'll get to it. I have a feeling Israel-Palestine is going to become a global conflict. Yeah, I think that it's going to be World War III if we're not very careful. Showtime. I need $5 more dono to flex and Showtime. I will Showtime. I just need $5 more. Maybe when I'm in the bathroom, you guys will do it. Okay? I'm just going to put this up on the screen while I'm gone, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I'm not going to make you sit through Hassan for the next 5 minutes, okay? Okay. All right. Okay. Drink some water, guys, while I'm gone. Get yourself a snack if you need one. Stand up, stretch for a minute, and I'll be back. 5 minutes. Imagine Demon Mama's bathroom song is playing, okay? Be good. Hello, I'm back. How many people left? Ooh, a good chunk. All right, nice. Now we know if you're still here, you're a real fan. Oh my god, we're talking about Israel. Jump scare! No! Sorry. So sorry for you jump scares. I think I need a lozenge. I think it's time for me to have a lozenge. The chair was misbehaving. It did war crimes while I was gone. No! I can't believe you. We can't be friends anymore. Okay, we're talking about the World War concept here. It's 3:14 here in Charleston. Yeah. Part of the reason why we start our stream so early on Sundays is because I have a huge amount of fans in Europe. And I want those folks to be able to see me sometimes during the live show. And it's 6 hours later, just in the UK. So, you know. We are grateful. Good. I'm so glad. Okay, so we're talking about the World War. Yeah, it's now 10 o'clock in East European time. 22:16. Wow, it's 10 hours ahead. So between 6 and 10 hours ahead. Oh my gosh, what are we talking about? This has been going on globally for decades now. The USA is the determination on if something is World War III or not. USA wasn't even officially in World War II until the end. But yeah, so it's not... I don't think that it's a world war yet. I don't think it would be fair to say that we're currently experiencing what is going to be... I mean, I think that it will be understood that this is the prelude to that. But, you know, I think Cold War was always a world war. Yeah, I guess it sort of depends on how you define it. I'm sure that people are going to quibble on this specific definition, what a world war constitutes, but Israel is bombing Gaza, and it is also bombing Lebanon, and the United States has now joined and started bombing Yemen. And, like, how much further does that need to continue increasing before we declare this, like, a broader geopolitical crisis? You know, it's conflict. 4 out of 6 of the years of World War II isn't just the end. Well, okay, so the latter third of the World War. There is a conflict between superpowers, but it needs to be direct for it to be a world war. If proxy war is enough, then we were never not in a world war since the, like, 18th century. But what do you mean it needs to be direct for it to be a world war? Because the United States has directly started bombing Yemen. Isn't that the whole... That's, like, one of the main reasons why people are concerned that this is going to escalate to world war status, is because the United States is now bombing on behalf of Israel. It's not like it's sending money to Israel to do that, which we are doing, but it's not just that anymore. It would need to be US versus Russia versus China, I guess. Thanks for the Sunday streams. Yes, absolutely. Okay. 68 viewers. If you're just coming in, don't forget to hit the like button. We are doing our fun little political stream. Isn't this a great time? Proxy wars, Violet contends, are absolutely world wars. The only reason it's not is partly racism, to avoid admitting that those countries the proxy wars occur over aren't real, because it's POCs that are fighting. Yeah. Was the Trail of Tears a war? Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. If there's a draft, I'm dropping an anvil on my foot. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, I can't walk anymore. Too bad. I don't think it's World War III, but I think that labeling it as World War III is a necessary label. World wars with modern warfare doctrine would be nothing like previous world wars. I guess that's fair, Jira. You know, that we might as well start pumping the brakes on it now, because if we were to engage in a broader scale conflict such as we have in the past, the armaments of today are dramatically different. That's kind of what the Cold War was. It was us going like, oh shit, we can't just casually do geopolitical, like global geopolitical conflict with Russia anymore. They might actually destroy the fucking planet. So, you know, now we have to do things differently. Yeah, taking into account that there are some evangelicals and radicals who want this war because they think the second coming will only happen if Israel takes full control. So I guess let's kind of talk about that some more. Since we're doing Israel, let's start talking about it. Okay, so I'm not really going to organize this in any particular way, I don't think. We'll just start with what's the oldest thing that I've retweeted on my timeline. Sorry, I have this lozenge in my mouth because my throat hurts and I'm trying to, like, get it to chill out, but while I'm talking, the lozenge is, like, grinding against my teeth and it feels terrible, so I'm like, maybe I should try to finish the thing real quick before I continue with the rest of the serious topics for today. Yeah, apocalyptic cults running our governments. It's no way for this to go wrong. Yeah, we were reading recently that there was a pro-Palestinian, I guess, hack, or like allegedly there was a hack on a water system of a city in the United States, and that genuinely did happen. The thing that they were allegedly attacked over, it was like ransomware, where they were like, oh, this company that makes this equipment supports Israel or operates in Israel, therefore that's why we're shutting it down. But regardless of the actual reason or the stated reason, the effect is, you know, US infrastructure, like cybersecurity, needs to be updated desperately. And if it isn't, then we are going to be open to those kind of attacks. So not only are we facing global climate change related water shortages, but also we're going to be dealing with cybersecurity related water shortages. I hate that this country is bad because it has a corporate presence in Israel crowd. Like, Israel is a place the people there need shit. I think that the conflict there, Dormiu, is that, like, a huge majority, like, a huge, I'm not going to say majority, a huge portion of the population in Israel are settlers who are there because of colonial displacement of Palestinians. Like, the existence of the country Israel in the first place for the last 80 years, you know, it's like 30% of the people who live there, it's still like a pretty good chunk of people. Like, yeah, I don't know. And also, like, those people, are we referring to direct settlers, or are we, you know, if someone was brought there 80 years ago and they have like multiple generations of kids there, did those kids still count as in those numbers of settlers, or no? Oh, that was so minty fresh, that lozenge. I think my throat feels a little bit better, which is good. It's definitely more like fresh. Hello, Ghostbug. Welcome to the website. Good to have you here. So the oldest thing on my timeline that I have about Israel right this second, just like this week in Israel news, Netanyahu says he told the US that he opposes a Palestinian state in any post-war scenario. Benjamin Netanyahu on Thursday rejected calls from the United States to scale back Israel's military offensive in the Gaza Strip or take steps toward the establishment of a Palestinian state after the war, drawing an immediate scolding from the White House. Oh, you bad Netanyahu, bad Benny boy. Wow. A scolding, huh? A scolding after our fucking $14 billion we sent them? Scold, bad boy. Naughty, naughty. Little slap on the hand, bad boy. No, no, no. Okay. So, I don't think that there's any situation... Like, frankly, I think that what we are on the way to is probably just, like, the complete annihilation of Gaza City at the very minimum, if not further destruction of more areas in Palestine. Like, I think if Israel has its way, then that will be what happens. And it doesn't really seem like anybody's going to do anything to stop that from happening. So... Like, it's, you know, oh, you might think, yeah, but what about Luxander? You know that they're going to be, they're on trial at the International Court of Justice, the ICJ. You know, South Africa is bringing this case saying that all their actions are genocidal and stuff, and that it's not cool, it's not okay. Well, here's a fun thing that can happen, apparently. The French government has joined the German government in stating that international law on genocide simply does not apply to Israel. That because Jews have been subjected to genocide in the past, Israel in the current day has a moral and legal immunity for any war crime, even a genocide that it may choose to commit. France and Germany, they're saying that they won't support the ICJ's decision if they rule against Israel because accusing them of genocide is, quote, crossing a moral threshold and, quote, exploiting the notion of genocide for political purposes. So, as for the International Court of Justice, we firmly tell the Israelis that international law applies to everyone. The systematic strikes in Gaza must stop. But words have meaning, and accusing the Jewish state of genocide is crossing a moral threshold. We cannot exploit the notion of genocide for political purposes. That is our consistent position. Okay, like, why? But like, so you're like, okay, we acknowledge that there are systematic strikes in Gaza which are doing things like reducing them from 138 hospitals to 0. I'm pretty sure that they're like, we were seeing footage from Bisan about like she was moving into the last hospital functioning in Gaza City, and apparently it has now been bombed like since I saw that video from Bisan. So like, so if you acknowledge that there are systematic strikes in Gaza, okay, and international law applies to everyone, what, like, you're quibbling about whether it counts as genocide for them to be deliberately targeting a bunch of civilian infrastructure. Deliberately. And going out of their way and saying, we don't believe in, the idea of a two-state solution. We think that Gaza needs to be razed to the ground. Like, we've been watching this rhetoric happen for months now. It's a new year. Like, we're in a whole new year, and we're most of the way into this month of the new year. This is insane. That we've been... Just imagine living in Palestine and being under an apartheid state for the last 80 years. I don't know anything about Bisan's views on anything other than her actively running away from bombings. So if she has some other nasty opinions, I don't know anything about them. I think that there might be some confusion about the way that people speak about this. Like, I know that, in a broader geopolitical sense, like, and also keeping in mind that, like, language barriers and stuff are in place here, but, like, as I understand it, sometimes Palestinians will say the term Jews when they are specifically referring to Israeli behaviors. Like, they will say, like, something bad about these Jewish people or these Jews, and, like, if you then check in with them, like, I heard people who are like, I'm Jewish and I'm American, and I asked my Palestinian friend what they meant by this, or maybe not Palestinian, but some other neighboring country, and they're like, oh, I'm not referring to you or American Jews or whatever, like, that's unfortunate and unclear shorthand for them, referring to specifically the occupiers. So they use the term probably in a way that is like obviously crossing this language barrier in a way that's uncomfortable to folks, but like yeah, but I'm saying when they're speaking English, they might say the term Jews. But like, I don't know. And like also, if your only experience with Jewish folks is the oppression of the apartheid state, like, cool, it would be great if she could come to America and experience Jews who don't want to exterminate her. But pretty much all of the contact she's had with Jewish people, it's like, you know how black people be hating on white people, and we've learned to shut the fuck up about that? And like, is it, for them, like, Jews are not an oppressed minority. For them, Jews are their oppressors. So if they are talking about them in a way that's hateful, you might liken it more to how black people talk about white people, and like, that like they are the dominant social group in that part of the world, like the Jewish folks in Israel. So I don't think that it's fair to equate how Palestinian people talk about Jewish folks to how literally anyone else in the world talks about Jewish folks. It is a very unique situation there for them. Okay, there's a little. I have a little bit more today too, but yeah. So France and Germany can just decide that international law doesn't apply to Israel, despite the fact that their Israeli military is doing things like blowing up the University of Palestine in Gaza City. Like, countdown, it's on its way. It's gonna just completely be decimated momentarily in this video. There it is, just gone. A university. Like, what reason did they have to do this? There's no reason to do this. They also, sorry, hold on. They also, scroll up. They've made this, like, compilation of them blowing up a bunch of different stuff that just, it's just stuff in the city. Like, I haven't gone through personally and, like, observed all of the different buildings that they blew up, but it's occupied by Hamas. No, it's just churches and hospitals and schools. Oh, I know that you were joking. I saw you did the SpongeBob letters. Yeah, what is there left to occupy at this point? What they want is to completely flatten everything. And we did a video recently looking at some satellite imagery, some different satellite imagery of different areas in Gaza. And like, yeah, what they want is to flatten everything and then start building as though they are not building like on the grave of an entire culture. That's what they're doing. Yeah, everything I don't like is Hamas. A basic guide for Zionist dickheads. True. We've got a little bit more here. We're not done with the Israel segment yet. So this is footage, allegedly, of like Israel Navy opening fire on people on the beach. These people are trying to fish for food, like, because there is no food in Gaza. I saw another post that I did not retweet, but the lines for bread in Gaza are super long. And I also saw pictures that indicate that they are eating bread made from rabbit feed. But they're trying to scare people away from the beach where they're just trying to fish up some food. But, you know, it's not a genocide? You want to tell me it's not a genocide? That feel when you're definitely not starving the population, I guess? But here's where it gets really interesting, y'all. At Columbia University, there was a pro-Palestine protest happening. Lovely, lovely little pro-Palestine protest. Pretty standard stuff, just a bunch of folks sort of standing outside in the snow, waving around Palestinian flags. And then there are two university students who both were previously IOF soldiers. That's soldiers in Israel's army. They sprayed a chemical weapon on peaceful protesters. It's skunk spray. They sprayed skunk spray on, and it's used on Palestinians in the West Bank, It is known to cause nausea, abdominal pain, and vomiting. Yeah, it's known for its putrid smell. It's an awful smell. It, you know, makes people feel ill. It smells like sewage and rotting corpses. And I did recently see a video of them spraying this stuff in a residential neighborhood at night, just because, like, it was not even being used as crowd dispersal. But yeah, this is people in America, Americans, in fact, being attacked by Israeli soldiers for protesting in favor of Palestine. Here. Like, it should, yeah, the person who retweeted it said this should be a bigger story. I had another thing right after that. And this kind of thing has the potential to continue happening because there are around 10,000 Americans who possess dual citizenship, who are on record as having reported for Israeli military duty since October 7th. So there are going to be folks returning. There are going to be 10,000 Americans who went to Israel since October 7th to participate in this, who are now going to be returning home here. Like, do we think that Jewish folks protesting in favor of Palestine are going to be safe here? I just want to go on with this person, what they also said. This is also not just a matter of soldiers returning home after serving in a genocidal foreign army with new repressive tactics under their belt and then proceeding to operate rogue. These tactics and technologies are exchanged at the level of statecraft. Skunk, for example, was sold to police departments around the country years ago. American police are armed to the teeth. Fascism is here. Very good points. And yeah, I am concerned with what is going to happen here in this country. And like, I'm concerned that these accusations of anti-Semitism are going to be one of the main things that prevents pro-Palestinian discussion here. Like, I think that there are going to be some First Amendment problems with people trying to voice their support for Palestine and being ruthlessly shot down because, like France and Germany said, you know, Israel is allowed to do whatever it wants. There is no such thing as genocide if it was committed by Israel. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree, Gayfish. Oh boy. The discussion we're about to have in chat looks fun. Oh gosh. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like historically, the death penalty has been used fairly effectively against political enemies in different situations. But like, yeah, but you know, when I say death penalty, I am also referring to the guillotines at Versailles. So it's like, it's not necessarily that you were ruled by the law to have the death penalty on you. Well, I guess I don't have a lot else on Israel today. We've had a good long conversation about it, and I will add it to my stream notes. Ba 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 ba. Okay. We got some more stuff done. Look at us getting some stuff done today. We're accomplishing so much. Genocide is a collective crime? Dormy, are you fucking for real right now? Like, I don't know. I guess like who do you charge genocide? Who do you charge with? Do you also charge like all the citizens? Are you saying the entire government, or do you only is it only the heads of state and the military? Like, I don't know, man. Has there been any instance where we've had to figure out what to do with the leaders of countries that do this fucked up shit, or do they generally just kill themselves? Like, I think that, like, Hitler killed himself, and, well, Mussolini was strung up, by the people, right? Which is not the same as being charged with a crime and then given the death penalty. That's just the people doing the thing that they need to do. And then, like, Stalin also killed himself. Have we ever gotten one of these people and, like, actually charged them with a thing? Or do they pretty much exclusively kill themselves or get killed by their people? Stalin didn't kill himself. Okay. I don't know a lot about Stalin, if I'm being honest. Like, the Russia shit, I don't know shit about and I don't care. Had a stroke or something. Okay, cool. This goes back to Karl Popper's analysis of the paradox of intolerance. You cannot tolerate the intolerance. Yeah, fair enough. I think I agreed that a single person can't do genocide on their own. A person in charge of an army can be charged with genocide, but like a random civilian can't. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. This is, again, like, you know, we try to talk about the small scale, how do you deal with political differences and personal differences on the commune level, like on the local level with fewer than 100 people to manage. And then, like, you're looking at global geopolitics, and it's like, you're trying to figure out, like, what does justice look like on these scales? These problems are way too huge to deal with. TBH. Like, I don't even know if it's even solvable. I don't disagree with charging soldiers for individual war crimes, leaders for decisions, etc. But civilians doing occupation is crossing a line. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just like a personal spectrum of, like, how responsible do you think people are? Yeah, civilians doing occupation might need to, like, relocate and give the house back. I think that's at the very minimum, sure. It feels like tyrants just rage quit before getting any consequences at this point. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, we haven't really had the opportunity to charge any one particular head of state with genocidal whatever, because they do have a tendency to just kill themselves. Or, you know, just the one guy killed himself. It's so, Dormy, you know, like, is your position that, like, okay, whatever, let's say whatever about Israel right now, but currently they are flattening northern Gaza, right? They're just flattening it now. So if they build some new houses there, and then some more people go through this settler process to settle on what is now and like, you know, failing to be gradually like, you know, it's falling apart at this point. This northern Gaza area, you know, if folks settle there now, I'm referring to a thing that has happened in the past, and I'm using the potential current situation to illustrate a point about something that has happened in the past. I'm just not even going to look at chat, because this is, like, if I'm trying to make a broader point and then you keep interjecting over it in the chat, I'm going to functionally process that as being interrupted, and I'm going to, like, get really annoyed pretty quickly. So I'm just not even going to look at you. So yeah, if we flatten Gaza today, and then we build new houses and settlers moved in, like, are you saying that those people could be potentially held personally responsible for, like, being part of a displacement project, a genocidal ethnic cleansing project? But, like, once they're there for a certain period of time, like, it stops being an issue? Or, like, if it goes a couple generations down, then... And I'm personally not arguing for, like, giving them the death penalty, per se, unless they do something else fucked up, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if citizens are responsible for the genocides of their governments, I have bad news for all us Americans. Right, and it's like, do I, politically, on some level, think that we should do some kind of land back project in the US? Like, kind of. I don't know that that is necessarily going to translate to displacement, but I don't know. That's what reparations were supposed to be. It's an alternative to GTFO. True. Yeah, accountability sucks and no one actually wants to do it. It's fun. Geopolitics are fun. I really just at this point it's so interesting to me talking about geopolitics like this, because it's like, it's just like a train, and we're talking about the train and it's just going, and we can't really see, like, it's foggy. We can't really see what exactly the train is about to collide with, but it's like going to collide with something. And you're kind of like, yeah, I don't know. It's a weird feeling of detachment that you're like, whatever is going to happen is inevitably going to happen. I have no control over it, and it has nothing to do with me, effectively. But it's, you're prepared to watch the train wreck anyway. Like, it's imminent. At some point. Did 4 miles on the treadmill. Actually ran some. Nice. Nice. Serbian former president from 1999. I'm not going to try to say the name and butcher it. He was accused of ethnic cleansing of Muslims in Bosnia, and he died in The Hague during the trial. Okay. Yeah, they just die. They're like, bye. Okay. So that was Israel shit. Later, Violet. Later. Look at us doing so much news. I don't know that I'm going to make a proper segment out of this, but I do think that it's noteworthy enough to mention on the show. Hello, Silent. Back with food. Time to break my fast. Nice. I had, earlier before stream, I had a granola bar, and I had a banana, and I had, it's either a tangerine or a clementine. It was like Cutie's brand, when I think that Cutie's does clementines, right? I don't know. But I ate a delicious, oh my god, it's so succulent citrus fruit. It was wonderful. Oh, Saddam Hussein was put on trial and hanged. Okay, true, fair enough. I did forget about Saddam Hussein. I am realizing I am very hungry. What should I eat? Apples. I have a bunch of apples in my... You know, it just occurred to me, I guess I could technically do an apple pie, because I have, like... I have a pie crust in my freezer, because I bought pie crust for Thanksgiving. And I have an extra one. I've never made an apple pie before. Should I do that? Should I do an apple pie? Don't know. What should I do with my last, Did I show you the apple pie I made with my GF? I think you did. I believe so. But, so I have a pie crust. I guess I do also have some canned sweet potato that I could make another sweet potato pie with it. Yeah, that's what I have. But anyway, so I didn't want to necessarily make a whole segment out of it, but I did want to talk about how apparently more than 50,000 Americans died by suicide in 2023, which is more than any other year on record. The U.S. Surgeon General is calling this calls mental health the, quote, defining health crisis of our time. No, are you kidding me? The defining health crisis of our time is COVID, you fuck. Oh my god, I hate you. On a special edition of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker dives into the growing crisis and how to solve it. So this is from December 31st. Yeah. So in 2015, 19.6%. What is that? 29%. Is that a total of all? No, there cannot be a total of all. I don't know what that number is looking at. I might have to find like a different article. I ate a mandarin orange with my breakfast this morning. I love them. To be frank, the long COVID brain damage isn't going to help our mental health. Yeah, no kidding. Alex Amethyst. Thank you so much for your dono. $5 dono. They said eventually there are parallels between Gaza right now and the U.S. during Manifest Destiny. The complicity of Israeli citizens raises questions about white people in the USA today. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, I guess it's just I guess you could say it is the generational thing. Like, as like the first person who is born in the settled land, you can't hold that individual personally responsible anymore. Like, because they didn't choose to be there. I think that has to be like, because that's the only meaningful difference between like a settler who lives, like that's the difference. A settler who lives there because they chose to settle there versus a settler who lives there because they were born there and they don't even know how this situation came to be. But yes, thank you. I will show off my bod now. Look at that. 104.69 for the donos today. Look at you guys. Making things happen. Ooh, I finally watched Barbie. I haven't mentioned that, but I did finally watch Barbie this week. And it was a real interesting movie. I think I need to watch it again so that I can understand it better, because I don't think that I understand it very well right now. It's a fun movie. Yeah. It was more funny than I expected it to be. And it also ended up being a lot more serious at the end than I expected it to be. I'd watch it with you after I move. Yes, we do need to hang out again sometime, so that would be perfect. Okay. Captain Cougar, are you still in the YouTube chat? Sound off. Oh my god. We got to the stream goal. We did it. Okay. When are you coming to Europe so we can hang out? Yeah, I'll do that. Let me just do that. Ken is a trans man in my eyes because he was raised in a matriarchy. Fair enough. Fair enough. Did y'all notice that I cut off like 5 inches of my hair? It used to be down to like here, and then I cut off a bunch of it. Because I was tired of my hair splitting and breaking all the time. How do I look more muscular now? And I've been out of the gym for 3 weeks. No Captain Cougar? Man, especially my left arm. Why? So big. Anyway, yeah, the New Year's chop. It's like all this henna stuff is damaged. All this red stuff is damaged. So I cut off a bunch of it. But again, to cut all of it out, it would have to be like here. I couldn't deal with it. I'll have to cut another 5 inches off before too long. But There you go. I just bought trans pride colored yarn from Joann's. Nice. Muscles need time to recover in order to get swole. Well, I think the other problem was that I was not eating enough. Like, I was trying to bulk out, but I was not taking in enough calories, so it wasn't working very well. She thinks I'm a fascist? I don't control the railways or the flow of commerce. Dude, that made my laugh so hard. There were a whole lot of unexpected laughs during Barbie. And, you know, unexpected laughs are the ones that are like, like the ones that get you're like, I had a lot of those while I was watching Barbie. Yep, it was a fun little romp. Definitely enjoyable. I don't remember the context of it, Silent. I don't remember the context at all. There was like a certain part of the movie where I wasn't paying as much attention. Like, there is a time of movies where there is a lull. Gayfesh, you might be able to help me with this because you might know like there's 4 acts, right? Or are there usually only 3? Oh, okay, it was that one. Okay. 3 acts usually. Okay. That's what I thought. It's like, is it like between the second and the third act that there's like a lull, or like our hero goes through some shit and it sucks and the fucking everything is boring? Like, I'm having this issue I'm realizing about 2/3 of the way through a book or 2/3 of the way through a movie where I'm just like, I'm checked out a lot from what's happening. That's the midpoint of the second act. Okay. It's hard to get through. Thanks, Igor. Yes. Yeah, I'm doing my best. I'm about to do a cut. I'm about to do a lot of cardio, try to lose some of my fat, gain some more muscle later. Have a thick, muscly bod. That's the goal. I see sometimes I'm watching a YouTube video essay thing and they say something about the 4th act and I'm like, what are you talking about? Folding Ideas Breakdown of Suicide Squad is a great intro to film theory video. Cool, I never watched Suicide Squad. Oh, that's really sweet. I saw Barbie with one of my best friends and there were so many trans girls in that theater and I cried multiple times. It was so sweet. You don't need to see Suicide Squad in order to watch the video? Okay. Just watch Folding Ideas video about it. It lays out how poorly it's edited. Was it one of the few Hollywood movies that are edited by a man? Was it Patton Oswalt? I saw made a joke about how most movies in Hollywood are edited by women, and therefore that means basically that they were directed by women. Like, a woman at the end of the process makes all of the decisions about how shit goes together and where the music goes and all this. Ooh, Allison says, in 1 week, the tape from the surgical wound can get removed. Nice. You had top surgery, right? Wasn't it top surgery? Amazing. I'm so glad to hear that your healing is doing well. It was edited by a trailer house. Oh, no. Oh, no. I wish they would bring back intermissions in movies. I want there to be a designated stop the movie and go take a piss time. If your movie's 2.5 hours or longer, you definitely need a go take a piss time. Like, if you've got like a 2-hour long movie, I could see there being an expectation that you should be able to sit through a 2-hour movie. But they also are selling you a bunch of drinks. So, how long was Killers of the Flower Moon? I saw it with Demon Mama and she had to go to the bathroom and she missed one of them. Oh no! Oh no. That's so sad. Oh, it's almost 4 hours long. Okay, there should be an intermission at the 2-hour mark. There should be like a nice 15 to 20 minute intermission. You got time to go to the bathroom. You got time to buy some more food or whatever. You got time to stretch your legs and like make sure you're not falling asleep. Man, 4 hours, that's crazy. Excuse me. Yeah, I love the idea of an intermission. There were theaters adding an intermission and the studio was suing them for editing the movie without permission. You can't just pause it and like flip it to a different like thing and intermission. Brr, brr, brr. New idea. We buy a theater and rename it to the Intermission Theater. We add intermissions in all the showings. People would be making second trips to the concessions and get and go pee. We'd be making bank. Yeah, imagine enticing people to make a second trip. Like, oh, you know what? It's been 2 hours. You ate all your popcorn, or what little popcorn you have left. Oh, it's cold, so you better get a top off. Ooh, you know what? We'll give you 25% off your refill popcorn. So you know what? You can buy more popcorn, but we won't charge you full price, so you can reuse that container and oh my god, buy more popcorn. Yeah, that would be devious. But do you have to edit the films, or can you just like pause the roll, take the film off, and then put another thing on there that says, yo, it's an intermission time, and then put the film back on? Or does that count as editing the film? I don't know. They considered... Yeah, I edit all their films all the time, apparently. The shitty burritos didn't satisfy my hunger at all. I think that it's because I'm on estrogen birth control again, but like I'm so hungry lately. My doctor told me like, oh, you might gain a little bit of weight, and then she was like, well, you might not gain weight if you don't eat more, but it's like gonna make you hungry, basically. And it took a couple months for it to settle in, but I was eating and snacking basically up until I went to bed last night at about midnight. And then at 7:30 this morning when I was in bed, I was like, I'm hungry. I hate this. It's so annoying because I'm trying not to eat until the afternoon. Nothing hits like movie theater popcorn. I know. I think that the secret is clarified butter. Like, I think that's the whole secret, is just clarified butter. Salted clarified butter. By editing, the studios do mean it in the vaguest and most esoteric sense. Is ghee... I thought that ghee was still kind of like solid at room temperature. Clarified butter is like liquid at room temperature. Are there any movie theaters with actual butter on their popcorn? Because in my experience, it's just butter flavor. Ghee is clarified butter. Okay. I don't actually know. It seems like it's all that butter flavor bullshit, right? The proteins are my favorite part of the butter. Are you removing protein by removing the milk solids? I guess. True, Corpse Candy. When I think of movie editing, it always reminds me of Fight Club. I don't know if we stay... Even if we stay on for a long stream, I don't know if we're going to get to 100 likes today. It would be lovely to get to 100. We're very close to 100, but I don't know if we're going to get there. Ghee makes hash browns better and crispier. Ooh, that does sound really yummy. Don't make me hungry, you guys. I'm 3 hours into a show that's supposed to be like at least 4 hours long, okay? Clarified butter is ketchup-like at room temperature, but I don't remember. Yeah, I remember it being kind of oily. I used to not buy movie snacks while watching my movies for my channel, but since deciding to watch all the movies on the same day, on Wednesdays where AMC gives you double reward points on concessions, I can justify buying it because I have unlimited refills, and I am there for like 8 hours. Fair enough. And, technically, Gayfesh, if you do you have a Patreon for your videos or your podcast content? Because if you make any money that you report for your income, which Patreon might start sending income reports to everyone this year instead of only just people who make a certain amount of money, but like you can write off all that stuff, all the concessions that you buy and all the movie tickets and all. Like literally it's a business meal essentially if you buy concessions at the movie theater. So it reduces your overall taxable income. If you spend more money on concessions than you make on Patreon, taxes. Yeah. Did we talk about the Utah bill already? No, it's our last topic. We've talked about several other things today. But it is the last topic that we have prepared. I'm not going to do the debate review today, I don't think. There were a few times I didn't go hungry in Florida because DM would have a business lunch with me. Yeah. Isn't that awesome? Okay, so we are going to do the Utah thing. I think that it is my last topic for today. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, because again, I guess we don't really have much more commentary on the, like, a huge number of Americans died by suicide last year. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, there was also the long COVID thing. I don't want to miss that. Okay, I think that we should watch this video from this guy of his testimony at Congress. I know the Utah thing is in the title. A lot of the time lately, I'm saving the title issue for the end, toward the end of the stream. No, my crochet needle. Come back. Baby, come back. Delicious. Okay. Oh my god. So close to 100 likes. I want to get to 100. Let's go ahead and do the Utah thing real quick, and then we'll do long COVID afterward. Hell yeah, get that watch time. Okay, yeah, we'll do the long COVID thing after. Let's start. I'm trying to give myself keywords so that I can find them later in the transcript. We're gonna start now. We've been covering the bathroom issue. I mean, the trans community in general has been embroiled in this conversation since 2016, when it suddenly became a problem in North Carolina. Before then, there were never any conversations about trans people using the bathrooms. I mean, you know, individually, sure. I'm sure that there were individual conflicts and debates, but as far as the politics of it, there were not political discussions. There were not laws passing, restricting trans people's access to public spaces. That's all brand new. Within the last, you know, decade, it's just become a problem suddenly for these conservatives. And they continue to get more and more extreme with how they set limitations on this right. You know, some of them are setting it as a trespassing thing. You know, oh, if you enter the wrong bathroom, then the place that owns the business can, like, kick you out for trespassing. And there are other ones that have tried to go through but haven't ended up passing, such as one in Arkansas, I believe, that didn't pass, that would have made it a crime to be in the bathroom at the same time as a child, as a trans person, like, oh, of the opposite gender, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It would be a crime to be in the bathroom at the same time as a child, akin to committing an actual sexual crime on the child's physical body. Like, varying levels of extremes, you know? And those, frankly, a lot of the time don't even get out of committee. which is one of the things that's interesting about this particular law that we're going to be discussing coming out of Utah, which is not only putting a criminal liability on there, but it is also threatening with jail time. None of them have threatened with jail time yet. But yeah, they are doing the legislative equivalent of throwing shit at the wall just to see what sticks. So here we have Utah. This one mirrors Florida's trans bathroom ban, according to Aaron Reed. And it's never... The one in Kansas, the anti-bathroom bill in Kansas that passed, also ended all legal recognition for transgender people, which is also what this one is going to do. They have a tendency to group things together. Excuse me. So yeah, like trans people in Kansas can no longer have our identification match our preferred gender, and for all purposes of collecting information about the population, we are going to be referred to by our sex assigned at birth. Kind of a similar thing happening here in Utah, apparently, which it was in committee and it's now come out to be considered on the House floor. So we're going to be watching this process. House Bill 257 ends all legal recognition for trans individuals in the state and enacts a bathroom ban for trans individuals of any age in many buildings. Yeah, this one is the first to be passed out of committee this year, so far this year. Sponsored by Representative Birkeland, it contains several provisions that would restrict trans individuals in public life. So, in a facility that's open to the general public, the individual's sex must correspond with the sex designation of the privacy space, or if the individual has legally amended the birth certificate to correspond with the designation of the privacy space, which may be supported with a review of any amendment history obtained under section whatever, can have undergone a primary sex characteristic surgical procedure to correspond with the sex designation of the privacy space. So this is basically going, I think frankly that this one is, in this regard as to who is allowed in which bathroom, it's less restrictive, in fact, than the one in Kansas, because the one in Kansas doesn't have any provisions for if you have the genitals of that other sex that you were not assigned at birth. And in Utah, at least, if you have bottom surgery, you could start using the proper bathroom, which is obviously still an incredibly, insanely high bar to meet, and it's ridiculous, and it's obviously unacceptable, but it is interesting, at least, that they put that exception in there when someplace like Kansas, which you probably don't think of as being as extreme as Utah, but our anti-trans laws are more extreme. In certain ways, at least. Oh, man. Okay. So, yeah, in this case, they're making it criminal trespassing as well. So if the individual, under circumstances which the person should know will likely cause affront or alarm on the presence of another individual, or for any purpose other than the intended use of the privacy space. Okay, like, if you're trans in the bathroom, should you know that that will likely cause affront or alarm? I guess that's the premise of that provision. Let's see. So, of course, when it was heard in committee, the bill received good criticism. Some witnesses pointed out that this bill will require all people who could be questioned in bathrooms to continually carry their birth certificates with them. Because it's like, oh, if you've had your birth certificate updated, then you can use the bathroom. Cool. So for trans people, a separate provision states that they must judge whether their presence will cause affront or alarm. Yeah, like we were saying, it's just trans people having to guess how well they pass, which, to be clear, that basically is already how things work for trans people. If you're gender ambiguous, you kind of just guess on a day-to-day basis. Okay, I guess I probably look more like a female today, so I'll go use the women's bathroom. Or I'm guessing I look more like a male today, so I'll use the male bathroom. We already kind of have to make that judgment for our safety, but the problem is that it's the legality comes in. And you're taking a situation where someone is trying to make the safest decision for themselves, and instead you're making it like a legal requirement. And if you don't guess correctly that day, Like, I'm pretty gender ambiguous. If I guess that I look female that day, and it, you know, like, it should be pretty easy for me to be perceived as female because I'm on estrogen right now. But, like, if I guess wrong, that's gonna open me up to being accused of trespassing because I knew that I was gonna cause affront or alarm. Ah, jeez. Apparently, there is another provision later on. Aaron goes into saying here that the exceptions for trans people who've gotten a gender reassignment surgery and updated birth certificate are rendered moot by another provision later in the bill that would make it impossible to fulfill the birth certificate requirement. It essentially ends all legal recognition of trans individuals by defining sex in a manner that excludes them from legal protections. Yeah, she compares it to the one in Kansas, like I said earlier. That's the one. This law could also prohibit changes to gender markers on driver's licenses. Yeah, similar kind of thing. Furthermore, multiple states are making it difficult or impossible to change one's birth certificate. 5 states currently ban birth certificate changes, including Kansas. Other states are considering similar legislation that would end all legal recognition for trans individuals. Under this law, a trans person from a state with progressive birth certificates, like California, could enter the bathroom of their gender identity, while a person from Kansas would not be able to, even if they are identical in every other way. Just because your state has decided that they're not going to let you update your identification. You have so many trolls on YouTube who assume you are AMAB. Listen, here's the difference. I'm telling you, okay? If I have my hair like this, they assume that I'm AMAB. And so they think, oh, this person's trying to look femme, and they're kind of androgynous to me, which means that they must be a trans woman. And then, if I put my hair up, and I wear my hair like this, and I don't do anything different, and my voice is still the same as it always is, they think, oh, that person has cut their hair, and that it looks short, and it's up in a masculine style. They must be assigned female at birth and trying to be a man. This is the only difference, you guys. I'm wearing the same hoodie. This is the only difference. They really think they did something. I'm gonna take my hair down, though, because it hurts. Get out of there. Okay. There we go. That's better. My hair's so pretty. I'm taking such good care of it lately. It's so shiny right now. Wow. It could be shinier, but it's definitely getting to a nice, healthy place. Anyway, I won't bore you with more hair stuff. My current theory on why I've heard that so many trans masks love Treasure Planet is that the main character has that haircut. True. I watched your shorts and there are so many of them calling you sir. It's hilarious. Yeah, and they call me bro, too. I've noticed that one. Like, sure, bro. That's why it doesn't hurt me to be misgendered anymore, because it's stupid. It's dumb. They are guessing every time. They have no idea. They're so stupid. Like, what they really want to know is, are you a faggot female or a faggot male? True. Oh my god. They can't decide. Oh boy. I'm looking forward to eating. The eating part of this is going to be great. So, that's the non-binary flex I want to... Yeah, I know. I think that it is... That's non-binary dream is literally just changing minor things about your appearance and being able to chameleon yourself either way. Ow. Other folks at this committee hearing mentioned that enforcing the bill is basically impossible. Of course, in plenty of places, you have instances where there are cisgender women, like female women, with masculine features who have been questioned in restrooms. Even before these laws started to pass, I've seen masculine women being questioned in restrooms. But again, this creates an entire dynamic where you could get the cops called on you now, whereas before, there was basically no legal threat. It's butch lesbians and older women who aren't taking estrogen but are in menopause, and so they start to look more masculine. Like, those are the kind of women who are going to be primarily affected by these things. Under the law, if someone suspects you are trans and reports you, you might be required to present your birth certificate and potentially undergo a genital examination, since part of the provision is that you must have had genital surgery. Like, that means that it's now on the table as a potential option to confirm that you're allowed to be in the bathroom by examining your genitals. I'm a faggot, monster, femme. True. Me too, I am monster. So obviously, if this bill should pass, Utah is going to join Florida in becoming a do not travel state for trans people on the risk assessment map, a position held only by Florida after several organizations issued travel advisories warning of bathroom laws that could put them in legal jeopardy. So given that Salt Lake City Airport is a common connecting flight location, that could have profound impacts on the ability of trans people to move freely across the country. So don't drive through Utah, TLDR. Don't drive through Kansas, really, either, but yeah. I know a cis female with a very slight Adam's apple, and she's been harassed by tranvestigators 3 times in the last year and a half. They're probably trying to figure out if it makes them gay to be attracted to you. True. Oh, God. If sexuality and gender is a spectrum, someone is technically the most gay. Someone has to be the most gay. But how? How do we define that? Who's the most gay? I wonder if Amtrak would be safe. Like, if you're on a train, would the same bathroom be illegal to use during certain portions of the train ride? When you're... yeah, if you're like... We're traveling through Utah right now, therefore this bathroom exists under the purview of the Utah governing body. I was born, raised, and baptized in Salt Lake, but I live in Idaho now. Both suck. You know? Gotta move closer to the coast. Just a hop, skip, and a jump. Couple miles to the west. You could make the hair talk part of this into a short. Oh yeah, thank you, Steph. Yes, I'm sure I will. I've been doing so many shorts lately. If you watch the live streams, I don't know how much of the other content you see, especially because I specifically, when I publish shorts, I do not have them published to my subscribers. And so you might not know, but I basically post, with some exceptions, I basically post two shorts per day, because my content is actually quite ripe with these little quips of things that I say during my stream segments. It's quite lovely. Excuse me. The search for the gayest person on earth, I would definitely watch that show. True. Trans affirmative businesses should start having non-gendered restrooms only. Like, why do we not already have that? Like, for most businesses are only gonna have a single stall situation, so why shouldn't that just be gender neutral anyway? Living in a coastal state is expensive. Signed, a perpetually broke Marylander. True. Charged with a felony for shitting across state lines, yes. Good night, Max. Enjoy. Hope your kid feels better soon. Alex Amethyst, thank you so much for your $10 dono. They said Queers Bash Back needs to come back. Anyone who is only a bit gender nonconforming, cis or trans, is in danger. I get and respect why people want to flee their state, but it's going to spread to most states. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I don't disagree necessarily that there should be some amount of standing and fighting, because the fascism is not necessarily going to stop at the state lines. You know, like, there are weird country rural folk who are Trump supporters in eastern Washington state, you know? But at the same time, like, here's what I want. I want to be away from other people for the most part. Or if I am near people, I want them to be more like me. So, you know, going to someplace like Seattle or Portland, like, you know, those areas. I don't want to live in one of those cities, but like, if you're near one of those places, you have more trans and queer people. So it's like, I like the idea of having more people like me nearby, even if I'm not like a member of community per se, but it just makes me feel like we're less likely to be targeted if there are more of us in one place. But yeah, I may end up having to flee to Canada. I think that Canada actually sucks ass, and I would rather be in a progressive sanctuary state in the US than be in Canada, I think. I was thinking for a long time maybe Canada would be the bet, but I don't think it is. I've been liking Dead Domain's coverage of the Christo-fascists in East Washington. Nice. I don't really watch other politics content. But I know that they are, like, I know that it's a rural area. Like, anywhere, as soon as you get far away from the city, even in these states that tend to go blue, that's because they have a huge population in a big fuck-off city. But that doesn't mean that there aren't Republicans in the country. Why is that, out of curiosity? I mean, mostly because, like, I don't know. I feel like as a country, you all are sliding toward the same kind of fascism shit. And, like, as a disabled person, I don't know that I'm wanted there. And you guys are doing the maid shit, and, like, the maid shit, frankly, puts me off quite a lot. Like, as a poor disabled person in particular, that's alarming to me. Maid shit? Yeah, like you guys, like, so Canada's government keeps expanding the voluntary suicide through medical care shit. Like, so people who are disabled and who are having a hard time getting housing that accommodates their particular disabilities are being offered maid. I don't know, it might be certain provinces are expanding, but yeah, I don't know. It's like, and like, yeah, the whole moving countries thing is a pain in the ass. And like the access to surgeons as well, if you're gonna try to get bottom surgery and stuff, I kind of like all of the private options that we have, even though it's fucking expensive. I don't necessarily want to be reliant on whoever Canada's government has decided should do bottom surgery, you know what I mean? But yeah, I'm just like, I don't think leaving the country is the move. At least not in the immediate sense. I would much rather just, like, have a little spot in the woods in, like, Oregon. Yeah, you will be productive for capitalism, if not as a worker, then as fertilizer. We'll have you pushing up daisies before any time at all. Hmm. Black Happy Dragon. You seem like a person who is about to start problems. Capitalism is a death cult, for real, for real. For real, for real. Death cult. Hold on. I want to do this. This is funny to me. The death cult. Yeah, YouTube chat. Oh, okay. I'm like, what are you doing over there? Just cold. There you go. Personally, I like the surgeon in Vancouver, but obviously I'm biased. I mean, yeah. And yeah, like from what I've heard, the options for phalloplasty in Ontario, or no, in BC sucks, but I felt added by why? Oh god. Oh. Oh yeah, I do have one thing left today. There was yeah, okay, we should do that. We should start talking about the long COVID thing. Your hair back is doing something weird? Yeah, of course it's doing something weird. Okay, I had a top knot where I was just doing this all the time, okay? Just the top part of my hair. And then I decided that I wanted to grow out the back of my hair. So I'm trying to grow out the back of my hair, and it's just gonna be a while before it doesn't look dumb. So that's also part of why I cut 5 inches off my hair, is to just like ever so slightly get them closer to the same length. Because I've decided that what I want is all of this hair to be long and to have like this lovely, you know, like clean lines here. And yeah, so I'm working on it. Don't know about fallow, but I just got top in Ontario and the surgeon was great. Only waited 11 months too. Nice. Yeah. I have been thinking, you know, maybe when the weather's nice and I can convince someone I know to like, ooh, I have a friend whose kid wants to know how to crochet. And I was like, yeah, I would love to teach your kid how to crochet. I'll come over when it's warm sometime and we can sit out on the porch. I wonder if I could convince that person in like exchange for me teaching their kid how to crochet, if they would maybe bleach my hair for me. Because I want to bleach the back of my hair, just this part. Maybe, you know, when it gets another couple inches longer. So yeah, when it's warm enough to do a dye session outside, I guess. And then I think I want to dye it like orange after. Luxander is a horse person, confirmed. I want to ride a horse. I haven't in a long time. I actually have an aunt who owns some horses, and I got in touch with her again recently, and I'm thinking about, like, it's like we don't really have a close relationship. I really don't want to have a close relationship. I only want to ride one of her horses. That's it. So, yes. Lots of love to all trans people, whether or not they flee. I'm never going to judge refugees for fleeing. Yeah, of course. I would like to tame and ride a tiger. I'm allergic to horsehair. Oh no. Horses are fun. I haven't ridden a horse since I was like 10 years old, or 12 maybe. And I just have so much more confidence now that I think that it would be more fun, because I could feel like, oh yeah, I I'm not scared of this animal, you know? Whereas when I was younger, I was probably still pretty unsure about it. Yeah, so. Lux has horse hair and a horse voice. The horseification is happening. If I could if I had a Winnie on tap, I would have done it, but I don't have a Winnie on tap. I don't have horse noises on tap. I need to work on my VO. Weirdest thing I've ever written is an elephant at the fair. Did I ever ride the elephant? I feel like at some point when I was really little, I must have ridden the elephant at the Ren Fair, but it was so long ago that I don't recall. Anytime we hang out and go somewhere, I'm going to introduce us with, we're internal refugees. True. If only tigers had the spine structure to bear a human weight. So sad. All in favor of talking like horses say nay. His terrible death Winnie? Clops politely. Don't make me into a horse person. I can't listen. Listen, with Vosh present in the community, you can't insinuate that I'm a horse person. Okay, that's a whole shipping can of worms waiting to happen. What's a short? Just me clapping? I don't even know if you can hear it. I have no idea. I'm guessing that you can. Oh my god. But no, you can't insinuate that I'm a horse. You clapping, and then please don't make me into a horse person. That would be good. That would be good. Divorce. Listen. That is pretty funny. I have not heard the Horse Girl song. I have not. Okay. Anti-furry rhetoric. I know. I can't believe these furries. I want them out of here. Get them out of here. Stream notes. Notes. Utah. Cool. Look at that. We got some notes today. Whoa. Oh, yeah. Okay. Cool, cool. We have one more thing I want to react to today. Why is my computer being so slow all of a sudden? Is there no, like, what's... There's a clip... There should be a clip option on YouTube. I have it open. You should be able to do it. I stopped watching Vosh for so long. Is he less misogynistic now? I mean, I think that the narrative that he is misogynistic has been, like... He just kind of does it for fun now, I think. Like... He does make jokes. Well, I don't know if this was a recent one. How long ago was that hysteria one? Was that a really recent example? He was, like, responding to someone on Twitter, and they were like... They basically responded like, oh, we need to punch people like you in the head. And he responded like, is this what they mean when they call women hysterical? So, yeah, I don't know. He does it for fun, I think, because people kept saying it anyway. A strange fact, 90% of the lesbians in my community are older women who own horse farms. I gotta get myself to Virginia. West Virginia. Yeah, horses can really do some damage, kicking people and stuff like that. Okay, oh my god. Yeah, we should start this COVID segment now. There was recently a committee hearing at, I believe it was in the Senate, because Bernie Sanders was, it's whatever committee he's on. They heard a bunch of folks talking about long COVID. There were folks who are affected by it, and there are folks who are practitioners, like medical professionals working with the long COVID community. There hasn't really been enough coverage or discussion of COVID, in my opinion, and to my taste, particularly at the national level. It seems like people are just getting sick all the time, and no one's really considering that that's a problem, and people are gradually not recovering because repeated infections reduce your ability to fight it off and recover afterwards. So it just seems like the kind of thing that requires more attention than we're giving it. So it's really great for me to see the Senate committees opening themselves up to testimony, to hear from folks, and actually be able to understand how serious of an issue this is. Like, we really need to talk about it. We need to figure it out and start putting some funding to it and start issuing guidance to, like, improve ventilation. We need to put money into improving ventilation and making masks more available. COVID is absolutely a historical echoing of how the AIDS epidemic was treated. It's only undesirables being affected, basically. And like, the few, like, people who are desirables who are being affected, oh, whatever, it doesn't matter. People don't realize that they become vulnerable and disabled after a couple of infections. You know, you are experiencing some immune deficiency at that point. So this is Dr. Ziad Al-Ali, who's a medical doctor, and he has about 6 minutes of testimony that I would like to watch with you. So let's see this medical professional, who is wearing a mask, thank God, talk about the long COVID epidemic. Here we go.
Now, long COVID represents the constellation of long-term health effects of COVID-19. It is a multi-system disorder that can affect nearly every organ system. It affects the brain, it affects the heart, it affects the endocrine system, it affects the immune system, it affects the GI system. Long COVID affects at least 20 million Americans. It affects people across the lifespan. We have kids with long COVID. We have people who are 100 years old with long COVID.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem as well is going to be how many kids are going to be disabled and like having to call out sick from school and getting further and further behind. Later, good night. Thank you again on the donos, and have a great time. Yeah, the endocrine system sweats. It's such a hush-hush topic now, COVID, but it is still lurking around. It's so odd to me. Yeah, I don't really understand why people are choosing to live in denial about it. I always find it more comfortable to accept a hard truth and to then strategize around it, as opposed to just pretending that things aren't difficult. But I don't know. People would rather just pretend that there's not a problem, I guess, when it comes to, you know, traumatic events like this. I heard of someone who died from COVID because of GI failure. Right. And a lot of folks don't realize, even in the acute infection phase, you might get, like, COVID might have just diarrhea symptoms. You know, you might not even get a cold because it can affect your whole body. I'm built different. True. Autistic. True. Okay.
Affects people across the lifespan and across demographic groups. The burden of long COVID, the burden of disease and disability from long COVID, when you measure it, is on par with the burden of cancer and heart disease.
That's one of the most impactful things that I think he said in here, that like the burden on your life and like the impact that it has on your normal daily functions when you have long COVID, it is on par with like cancer and heart disease, you know, as far as recovery time and intensive needs to be at the hospital, like requiring caretakers and things like this. Yeah, I guess that's fair. People want to hear good news about their bad habits, so they're biased to downplay the danger in order to pursue short-term gratification. I could see that. Okay.
And even if people emerge unscathed after having the first infection, they can still get long COVID after reinfection. And I don't think enough people really know this fact or know about this.
Yeah, just because you got COVID once and didn't end up with long-term complications that first time doesn't mean it won't happen the second time. You're rolling the dice every time you catch it.
Recovery rates of long COVID are also low. Between low rates of recovery from long COVID and the cases that are due to reinfection, we are supposed to see continued rise in the burden of long COVID until we find better ways to prevent it and treat it.
Mm-hmm. Literally, like, the burden of long COVID is only going to increase unless we start figuring out how to prevent COVID infections in the first place.
Now, you should be asking me now, how do we prevent long COVID? Well, the best way to prevent long COVID is to prevent COVID in the first place. There is actually no long COVID without COVID.
Hey!
You know, if you go back to 2019, you go back to 2018, none of us have heard of long COVID. Have you? You haven't. It didn't exist. There is no long COVID without COVID.
I love this, man.
We need a sustainable, multi-pronged approach to prevent repeated infections that would be embraced by the public. This requires accelerating the development of oral intranasal vaccines that block infections. This is very, very, very important.
Yeah, like I was using a nasal spray at one point that was basically just supposed to disintegrate the lipid layer on the outside of the virus, and I think it helped me prevent me from getting sick, but it's hard to say. Like, I didn't end up getting majorly sick. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Oh my God, true.
Ventilation and air filtration systems are also very important. They can play a major role in reducing the risk of transmission of airborne pathogens. We also need variant-proof vaccines. What the virus is doing is really continuing to mutate on us. You know, every few months you're going to see a new variant. We need a variant-proof vaccine that lasts for a long time, that is durable, that offers durable immunity. People are sick and tired of having to have boosters every few months. We need vaccines that last for 5 years or so they can get it done and get it over with.
Yeah, like you can get a tetanus vaccine like every 10 years or whatever. Yeah. It's hard, I assume, with coronaviruses because the thing is that you need to slow the evolution. I don't know, you know, of course a lot of research is going to continue to go into this, but I don't know if we should be reasonably holding out for a 5-year vaccine. That seems like not tenable with how quickly this thing is mutating, unless they find something that they all have in common, which I just don't know what that would be. But, you know, I've heard of Novavax is different than the mRNA vaccines, and it's a style of vaccine that has been used more, but it's also kind of, since fewer people have had Novavax, we don't necessarily have as much data about its efficacy compared to the Pfizer and Moderna mRNA ones. But yeah, we should definitely have more options to choose from, and they should be readily available, and it shouldn't be a huge pain in the ass to try to get a hold of Novavax. There's, you know, some people have been like, okay, you shouldn't take the mRNA versions anymore, and then they have a hard time getting a hold of Novavax. Last I heard of, a variant-proof vaccine was trying to target the rod instead of the spike protein. True, yeah. We just need some big changes to happen in the study of vaccine process.
For 5 years. We must also understand vaccine side effects. Must be acknowledged and understood very, very deeply. This is very, very important. Now, you should be asking me also, like, how do we treat long COVID? You've heard it before. There are zero approved medication for the treatment of long COVID.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why long COVID is necessary to prevent, because we don't have a treatment for it. There's no way to fix it that we know of.
So these people have nothing to really lean on for curative treatment. Nothing. Zero FDA-approved medications for the treatment of long COVID. This must change. We really need to change this. It's not beyond the might and the prowess of American medicine to solve this problem. It's absolutely not. We've solved much, much harder problems in the past. We just need to focus on this and solve it. We are the best nation on earth, and we can solve this. It's absolutely not beyond our prowess to address this.
That's the kind of thing you have to say in front of the Senate
Now, people suffering from long
committee.
COVID need treatment yesterday. You know, the ongoing and planned trials for long COVID are too slow and too small to offer definitive treatments. We've developed vaccines at rapid speed, at warp speed. You know what we're doing for long COVID?
I'm sorry, that's happening for me too.
At snail speed. This is what we're doing.
What is happening?
We urgently need trials, large-scale trials.
He's saying we urgently need trials.
You could be asking me now, debilitating fatigue.
Is the whole rest of the thing like this?
It's not an illness, a flu-like illness.
Here we go.
It's a debilitating disease that affects 4.3 million people in the US. These patients have been marginalized and ignored for decades.
I think he's talking about
what do we learn
MECFS
from
right
all
now.
of this? Well, we learn from all of this that acute infections, what I learned, the lesson number one from this whole pandemic, that acute infections can lead to chronic disease, that pandemics disable people. And this is not new. It happened after the Spanish flu, but we just ignored it. We just swept it under the rug. We call all of this broadly infection-associated chronic illnesses. This include long COVID, and includes MECFS and other basket of conditions that are, emanate from acute infections. And had we connected the dots between acute infections and chronic disease before the pandemic, we'd have been much, much better place to actually address the challenge of long COVID.
Yeah, honestly, we have not done enough to address, viral persistence anyway. The chronic illness, it was bad enough before when we were leaving those people to just suffer. And, the fact that we did not try to treat them, we did not try to find we're not really doing a good job of finding a cure for MECFS. I haven't seen further information on the link between COVID and AIDS. There was that one article, and it seems like nobody picked it up. I follow folks on Twitter who do still talk about it. It's basically what you're going to see if you want to find information about how COVID can cause AIDS basically in people, look for articles that are talking about CD4 depletion. Like there's a particular part of your immune system that responds to these kinds of to any kind of like illness that you have, and the fewer of them you have, the fewer, or like the worse immune response you have. So yeah, there isn't, it's crazy how little conversation there is about how basically catching COVID over and over again can deplete your immune response to the point where, yeah, a regular old cold could kill you. And again, that was the problem with AIDS, was that it would weaken your immune system such that something else would end up killing you. We don't really trust the Daily Mail as a source for our news. Not really. I've had chronic illness since I got mononucleosis when I was 14. I am now 24 because we were sharing water bottles at school. Yeah, that's rough. Really tough.
We failed to connect those dots before the pandemic. Let's not do that same mistake again and be poised and ready to really, address the challenge of long COVID and also the next pandemic.
Predicting the next
where do we
pandemic
go from
already.
Here? The research effort of long COVID must match the urgency and the scale of the problem. This is my opinion, is really a must.
That's really good.
And this is going to require a coordinated approach. And in my opinion, the U.S. should consider the establishment within NIH of an institute.
Oh my God, it's crunchy again.
That includes long COVID and ECFS that have been ignored for a long time, and other infection-associated chronic illnesses. You have an historic opportunity to act. The lives of millions of people here and around the globe, now and in the future, depend on this. Thank you.
Yeah, so he's basically like, we need to put way more funding into studying, researching this, making sure that we do find ways to treat the infection, but also prevent COVID in the first place. Like, there are some really easy things to do. You can just wear the mask. Just wear the mask. It's not that hard. Like, it's not that difficult to do. And, like putting together a Corsi Rosenthal fan. Like, here, hold on. You get to see my Corsi Rosenthal fan that I have right now. So this is what I did with my Corsi Rosenthal fan, okay? Because, a lot of people recommend that you make the cube. They're like, yeah, you should make the cube. But the cube requires like 4 fucking filters, okay? And if you're getting the good filters, then they cost like $20. Like, I get this is the good filters, okay? You can see the little purple right there, because this is like, oh, it filters allergens and mold and viruses and bacteria, okay? But this is how you do it. You get your fan, and then you get one of the extra long filters. This was my partner's idea, and it works really well. So I used a little knife to like cut out some of this, cardboard part so that I could just easily fold it in half, put a piece of cardboard on top. So this way, it's like just a little triangle siphoning the air through, and you only need to buy one filter at a time. And this is like a pretty good air filter. Like, it does make a pretty significant impact. If you had a couple of them running at a Christmas gathering, if you had them running on full, that might even be good enough to prevent some passage of virus. But you have to like have the fans running, But look at that, like just one extra long one. So the reason why you do it this way, or why you build a cube or whatever, is because if the fan is right up against the filter, then it could potentially catch fire if it's hot enough. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna go put this back now. But yeah, that filter is $20. That fan is $20. The fan will last a while. The filter, you have to buy a new one every once in a while. Chili dogs, stop making me hungry. I swear to God. Is that someone's kink? That's gotta be someone's kink somewhere. Like making streamers hungry, but they can't go eat food. That's Sonic's kink, true. I do the same thing for pet dander. I have a pet too, yeah, it helps. Oh, Sonic's kink is chili dogs. Got it. I'm cheating on you with other fans. I'm sorry. Fetusts are probably into that. Okay. True, yes, he hasn't yet said what is in it for rich people. That's the one thing, Dr. Al-Ali. You have to convince the rich people why it's good for them to have public health. Later, Allison. Good luck in your recovery. Oh man, I am really hungry. We're getting close to that 4-hour mark. New mRNA vaccines usually come out in September. So if you haven't gotten a vaccine since September, you should go ahead and get one because there's a new vaccine. Once a year, we get a new vaccine. And since there are new variants every 3 months, you should not only get the new vaccine when it comes out every September, but you should probably also get a booster earlier in the year, in like March, so that, you know, you're still as protected as possible. That's my suggestion for what you should do. If you can, you can still use the Bridge Access program if you are uninsured in order to get a vaccine. So I would recommend doing that. Continue wearing a mask. If you stopped wearing a mask at some point, there's no better time to start doing it again than now. So, yeah. Excuse me. I think I did in December. Yeah, I think we were talking about it, Andy's Mints, in December. Excuse me. We gotta start showing up to these committee meetings with crayons. Get on their level. Just regular mask? What do you mean, regular mask? You should, if you're wearing anything less than an N95 or KN95, then it's not doing anything for you. Or it's not doing much for you. Like those surgical masks, they, to some extent, they keep your germs close to your face. But if you're wearing a surgical mask and you like walk through someone's cloud of COVID vape air, then you're still going to be breathing it in around the edges of your mask. You know, a mask is only as good as its seal. So I get the 3M brand N95s that come flat, and then you open them up, and then it goes on your face. I don't have one at my desk right now, I don't think. Been an N95 since 2016. You can get used to it. Yeah, you get used to it. So, yeah, I just go to Home Depot and buy a box of N95s for like $30, and then they last for quite a while because I wear the same mask for several weeks. I'll keep one mask in my car and like one mask inside just so that I don't like forget one anywhere. Yep. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I personally just don't believe any of this COVID in a lab stuff. Like, there were a couple weeks where I had to stop masking in the morning because my new meds were giving me intense morning sickness. The mask was making it too likely that I'd get sick, ironically. Yeah, that's tough. I hate the surgery masks. It's just a tissue with rubber bands. True, yikes with spikes. Like, they don't really do much of anything. Particularly, like, you know, if everyone were wearing a surgical mask, one of those flimsy masks with no seal, if everyone were wearing one, then it might be helping you. But if you are the only person masking, then you're relying on one-way masking, which means you are trying to prevent yourself from breathing in anybody else's air. So you have to have a mask with a good seal and a good filter. Hey, if you want to hear something scary, there are flowers blooming in Antarctica. You know, that place where a bunch of ancient viruses are frozen under the surface. Hey, if you want to know something even more scarier, Mama Mephistopheles, broken off chunks of glacier are being, like, chunked up and served in cocktails. I'm pretty sure this cold is from a customer that was coughing while ordering last week. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna stop bitching about the fact that people just think it's normal to be, like, coughing in public with no mask. Like, no, wear a mask. What is wrong with you? I hate you so much. Well, like, we're 4 years into this thing. Are you serious? Like, you haven't gotten tested. You haven't checked what's wrong with you. You're just spreading it everywhere. People don't even do the elbow cough anymore. Right. I was, like, watching some people stock the produce at the grocery store recently, and they're just, like, periodically open mouth coughing. Like, you know, while they're, like, Typhoid Mary moment. Insanity. It's funny, I had a dream last night. I was using a mask with a faulty filter and I couldn't get enough air and I got lightheaded and felt like I was gonna die. I have dreams, and in fact, I think it was last night or maybe the night before. I have dreams like I start out outside or in an area that's far away from people, but then I'm with a group of people who are insisting that we then do something like enter a restaurant and walk through the restaurant that has narrow hallways and, like, seats on both sides. And I'm, like, trying my best to do the thing that if I'm not wearing a mask, if I'm, like, you know, walking into a building real quick just to drop something off and then I come back out, like, I might do something like take a deep breath and then breathe out while I'm dropping off my mail or whatever it is that I'm doing. And then, like, I'd just be breathing out the entire time. So I have these dreams where I try to do that. I try to take a deep breath before I enter a big group of people. And I'm not wearing a mask, of course. Like, I'm, like, trusting some group of people, and they are taking me somewhere where I should have had a mask, and, like, I didn't know that I was going to need one. So it's like these are dreams about me trying to control my breath, but then it takes a really long time to walk through the restaurant, so I have to breathe, and yeah, it really sucks. Sometimes in my dreams I'll start doing something like this because I feel like it's better than nothing. Yeah, it's really actually pretty stressful how often I dream about being in situations where no one is trying to protect anyone from COVID. It's really not infrequent. Probably like once a month I have a good COVID anxiety dream where I'm, like, trying to go somewhere or do something and I have to navigate that. And I never have a mask. It's so fucked up. It's like it must be similar to having dreams where you have no pants. You know, it's like I never have pants in my dreams. Like, I never have a mask. If I see an aisle with one too many people in it, I'll avoid it and go to the next aisle. Same, Padfoot Sam. I do the same. Like, literally, even though I'm wearing an N95, I will still avoid walking past people if I can. People are disgusting. I'm at a point, yeah, Baphomet, I'm at a point where I kind of just want to invest in a hazmat suit because, holy shit, people don't mask anymore and they will just cough on you. Yeah. It's weird. At least Typhoid Mary was doing it by accident. We didn't have the knowledge back then to know she could asymptomatically spread disease. We do now. True. I've also seen some stories on and off about tuberculosis. Like, we're seeing more cases of tuberculosis as well. Oh my god, can we get to 100 likes? We're so close. I might stay on until we can get there. But yeah, I've seen cases of people being confirmed having an active case of tuberculosis and using public transit without a mask. Because, yeah, it's not just COVID that you can catch out there in public. There's tuberculosis going around more. There's the RSV. Am I crazy? I literally had never heard of RSV until the last 2-3 years. It almost feels to me like the kind of thing that just was like it's only coming up now as a way to divert attention from COVID, because I had never heard of RSV before. Yes, forget tuberculosis. We're getting 3 tuberculosis. TB is worsening since COVID, and I have seen links where COVID is activating TB. Yeah. I didn't hear about RSV until last year, so don't feel alone. Yeah, like, what do you, like, what even is it? You know, people seem to refer to the cold as a separate thing. So is the cold not RSV? I'm assuming it's a different kind of virus. New TB is also antibiotic resistant. Yay! Yay! Ooh, 95 likes. Ooh, baby. That's good. So, it's not a fun. It's not a fun, okay? I'm just gonna go ahead and say that I'm not having a good time. Okay? Not having a good time with the geopolitics of it all. Now, I am super pleased that I managed to just crack out one of these mushroom tops before stream today. This took me about 50 minutes to just do all of it. And then this part is going to be so much easier. Well, probably not that much easier, but you know what I mean. Look at this. We're going to have a great time. I'm going to start making these, and I'm going to sell some of these, and I'm going to feel fulfilled by having created something with the fruits of my own labor. No more alienation from the product that I make. I need 4 more likes. 4 more likes. I found out about RSV last year when I caught it. It felt like a bad cold. Didn't do much to me, but it made me cough for a week after I got over it. Yeah. I'm so glad that we have so many wonderful new friends that are going to live with us for the rest of our lives. I'm so glad we have so many more new virus friends. You should make it so the top of the mushroom comes off and there's a cup in there to put stuff. I would get my GF1 for her to put her weed in. Yeah, can I make this with a little secret hidden pocket? Maybe. I guess I could do that. Then it's a stash pillow? I don't know, what is it at that point? You're like the 3rd person who said something about that, though, since I brought these up. You're like, the mushroom will get us to 100 likes, okay? Chat has decided that I should sell this for $30, so I'm gonna sell these. I'm gonna finish these 2. I'm gonna see if those sell, and then I might make more. More pride mushrooms. More pride shrooms. Pride shrooms, pride shrooms, pride shrooms. We have too much fun. Oh my god, we're so close to 100 likes. That's all I want today. All I want. Between the new stuff joining in and the old stuff soon to be returning, maybe hazmat suits would be practical. There's a reason why I want to live in the woods. Ooh, I actually just joined. I was on Reddit, and I have joined the Intentional Communities subreddit. And I saw someone in there had posted yesterday that they made a Discord server for, like, the idea of a zero COVID intentional community. So I did join. And it's a space where you get to be angry about, like, COVID and the fact that nobody's doing anything about it, and try to, if we do establish intentional community, then have it be with people who are just as committed as we are to not being sick over and over again. So I want to live in the woods with only other people around who care about not being sick all the time. Ugh, 99 likes, but a bitch ain't one. So close. Are you my mummy? True. Gas masks, plague masks, becoming desirable, fashionable. Yeah, I don't want to live in the city. I would like to live in the woods. Ooh, suddenly we jumped to 103. Okay. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Wow. I love that. Where else am I gonna find cringe, queer, furry, sparkle dog raves except in the city? Hey, it's Dizzy! Dizzy! Welcome in. We've been streaming for about 4 hours. And I don't think that I really have a lot else for today. I don't have a lot else planned. But there's like still 60 people in here, so it feels like a waste to quit stream right now. So I don't know, what else should we talk about while we still have such an audience? We've already reached the stream goal for today, but you can still show your appreciation with a little $5 dono. I'm sleepy. Yeah, I know, Dizzy, you've been dealing with a lot lately. Oh yeah, Ron DeSantis dropped out. Yeah, what is the deal with Ron DeSantis dropping out? Ron DeStinky? Yeah, later, Jira. Woods, furries, city, move to Pittsburgh. You will not entrap me into moving to fucking Pennsylvania. I don't... Yeah, between Liam and Donu Umayowo, y'all are trying to get me to move to Pennsylvania. The guy who gave him that participation trophy must have really gotten under his skin. True, I did see that video. DeSantis trending with Ron DeSanctimonious. The Lance from the Surf says, I, for one, am happy that Ron DeSantis got a lot of wealthy far-right donors to waste millions of dollars on a campaign that achieved teaching the world what a disgusting and unlikable freak Ron DeSantis is. He's already kissing Trump's ass trying to be VP. Fair enough. My friend in Pennsylvania has been sending pictures of snow. There's snow here. It snowed a bunch last week, and it has not warmed up enough for there to not be snow. Oh, you people in your pits. Yeah, Ron DeSantis ends presidential bid on the eve of the New Hampshire primary after his highly anticipated campaign failed to gain traction. I think, yeah, the last time I looked at polling for the Republican Party, Trump was at the highest, of course, and then Ron was the next one. But there was a difference of like 40 or 50 points between the two of them. It's not snowy where I am, it's mostly just rainy. I think we're supposed to get rain next week, but I'm not sure. It might be, it's like going to continue to precipitate, but it might be just above freezing, and then it's going to drop below freezing at night, so that's going to be a lot of fun, driving in the morning. Snow is a 4-letter word and should be treated as such. I like it more now that I am a person who overheats. Man, I'm so excited we got to 105 likes today. Look at this. We still got like 59 people here. It's going to be very funny to see what happens over the next couple of years. I mean, it's going to be funny in the sense that I think it's going to be a terrible thing. Like always, I think it's going to be a horrors beyond imagination. That, like, I think my prediction right now is that the only way that Biden wins is if Trump is in a jail cell. I think that that's the only way that Biden wins at this point. I think he has screwed over so much of his base, Biden has, that Trump is almost certainly going to win. But if the Republicans can't run Trump because he is in jail, then Ron was the next guy down and he dropped out. Like, I don't think there's anyone else that's gonna be able to galvanize the Republican Party. They're gonna peel that orange man. So that's my prediction right now. I don't know Jeb. True, I don't know Jeb. Please clap. I'm the type that can mow a 5-acre lawn with an old manual push mower in full fatigues in 85 to 90 degree weather and not be hot. Yeah, I don't have that. I have a problem with my blood circulation that means that I overheat rather easily. So I have to be careful. I just anticipate that the country is going to be fucked for the next 4 years, and that's going to suck for me and suck for people outside Washington worse. Yeah, I don't think it really matters which one of them wins as far as how, like, the fact that things are going to be bad. How bad things are going to be, you could debate, but yeah, it's just, I don't think anything good is going to happen, whether it's Trump or Biden, and it's going to be one of those two. I don't really see there being any other options. I get hot in 60-degree weather if I exert myself for longer than 5 minutes. It's so hard. It's so hard. In 60-degree weather, I'd probably be happy. Washington gang. I'm trying to get better about not picking the skin off of my lips, but it's really hard not to. Trying to use chapstick instead. Okay. Fire sale on all Ron DeSantis merch today. True. Oh, I think, did you say something in the Discord, Baphomet? Maybe on a different account or something? But I made the executive decision recently to stay unemployed. I've already been unemployed for 4 years, but I'm just gonna give up the job search at this point. Fair enough. I mean, like, if you're disabled, I completely understand just being like, wow, none of these jobs are gonna accommodate me anyway. And the name of the Discord is Riley. Okay, maybe it was someone else. Or maybe it was you. I don't know. We got so many people here in Washington. Now that a certain prick has decided to fuck off and leave me alone, I want to schedule things and shit. Oh, the person has decided to fuck off and leave you alone? Well, that's good to hear. I'm so glad. I'm not wasting a single precious second of my life toiling away for some rich fuck. Yeah. Like, I am going to continue to work for myself as long as I can. As long as I reasonably can. You have my sword, Car. We love when pricks fuck off and leave us alone. It is good. It is good. Oh, goodness. I think on Sundays I might have to just plan to, like, have a snack mid-stream. Because I could keep going, except that I need to eat. And there's 50 people here still, and it feels dumb to get off the stream when there's 50 people here, but whatever. This person got told by the judge, my court cannot help you, and then they dropped their stupid petition. Thank fucking Christ. Very glad to hear. I'm too hot when I work and too cold when I sleep. Here's the struggle that I have. So I sleep in a bed with a person who's like hypoglycemic, or hyperglycemic, whichever it is, the one that makes your metabolism run fast and you're very hot all the time. So I'm in a bed with someone else. And if I am on my side of the bed, then I'm a little bit chilly, and I have to bring up the second blanket to cover myself, because there's like a fan blowing. But then if I am near my partner, then I'm too hot, and I have to kick off the blanket. Or kick off the top blanket. So if I basically just have to wake up and change blankets throughout the night a couple times a night. It's not fun. I'm too hot all the time because I'm hot, true. I need to get back into doing Fansly pictures. I think it would be a good time to do it. I just had to clean my room, and finally I cleaned my room. And I just need to do some last things like cleaning up the floor a bit, and then I can take some pictures again. I think you would need like $3,000 or $4,000 a month, $2,000 is the bare minimum to live comfortably in Seattle. Yeah, there's a reason why I'm not trying to live in the city. We had a blast. Don't worry about it. Get nom-noms. I know. Hey, I got a motorized wheelchair attachment in December, so now I can go zoom. Zoom! It's good to hear. I'm glad to hear some good news. Shit was tough for a while. It was a few months of not very fun. Oh boy. All right. Well, I'm gonna go eat some food. It's 4:20, blaze it. So I'm gonna go eat some food. You all should behave as best you can between now and when I see you again, which will probably be Wednesday. So be good or don't get caught. Those are your options, okay? You don't have to be good, but you do have to not get caught. All right.